Anyway, enough of that. Guys, say hi, YouTube. You need to get yourself some bigger mugs. I have a 20-ounce mug. So I like my 20-ounce mug. I'm going to keep using my 20-ounce mug. It's got eyeballs all over it. It's pretty good. It's a kind of a nightmare. Hello, tubes! You know, when you say hello, tubes, you know what I think of? I think of Leroy Jenkins. What was his name, Leroy Jenkins? Ronald Jenkins, not Leroy Jenkins. Ronald Jenkins! Path of Fire? What was the name of that song? That was his name, right? Ronald Jenkins. Throwing Fire, that was it. Hello, tubes. You see, old school YouTubes. I can't click this video because it'll, like, mute my stuff, but I'm just going to mute this site and link this in chat so you can hear what I'm talking about. Old YouTube. I mean, this video is from 14 years ago, good lord. All right, so all of that aside, we're diving back into our brand new fortress called Angerforest. Angerforest VOD 1 went up a couple days ago on the YouTube channel, and Angerforest is a challenge fort where we are building a fortress without digging. So that's the goal, is we're not allowed to dig. Or we're not allowed to dig. So we're gonna build a fortress without digging. So a human fortress? Well, humans dig. So do elves, believe it or not. No, we're not allowed to dig. So we're gonna go. Nope, not channel. Nope, we're not allowed to dig. Exclamation point. I think goal. Is there like an end goal? I don't have an end goal right now. Till I get bored, probably. Go to war with somebody, something like that. Angerforest. There it is. No diggy. No diggy. Can't dig. Diggy bad. Wood walls, wood keeps. Wood engravings. But anyway, we'll show you what we got so far. It's pretty cool. I forgot to pack pickaxes. Mining exposed ore is cheating? Why is that cheating? Chad agreed on it, that I'm allowed to mine exposed stuff, but that's it. I'm allowed to auto mine. I'm just not allowed to dig. So this is what we have so far. This is all made out of wood blocks. We got peach wood blocks, persimmon wood blocks, pear wood blocks. We've got this little kind of walkway here, and it goes all the way down to here. All the way down to here, and all the way down to here, where we are fishing. Yeah, you just need to find yourself a big old cliff. Got to use the elevation tab. We got a waterfall up here up top, which is pretty cool. Of course, many trees, lots of pecans, persimmons, and whatnot. Nice medium-sized river. I was looking for a large river, but the only large river in this world that I could find, which is like 3 times the width of this, was on an untamed wilds biome, which honestly I didn't want to deal with for this particular fort building style. In order to mine out these exposed gems and stuff, I literally will have to like build to them. So we're going to have to build scaffolding all along here. But basically, we're just going to fill this entire trench up with constructions. I can't make mechanisms yet because I don't have any rock yet. Yeah, it's kind of a thing. Although I think we're about to. Yeah, we just traded. What did I trade for? Right? Yeah, we got some stuff from them, but not a ton of stuff. We were able to get some stuff. I got some tin and some other things, and we requested a bunch of boulders. Yeah, we don't need angry one. And also, like, chopping down trees is like the #1 surface aggravator the wildlife agitation stuff. So yeah, the last thing we need is also like pissed off surface animals. So today, big priorities are get military started. Stone, good morning, or good day, good afternoon, good time zone. They're gonna bring like 3 boulders. Yeah, like nothing else. And I'm gonna make mechanisms out of them because like that's the thing that like we're really suffering for right now is like I can't make wooden mechanisms. I need stone to make mechanisms, so I don't have a locking bridge right now. I'm trying to get these doors built, but they keep canceling it because I think that this block here is queued up for a job, so I have to wait for them to finish that. But I really want to get these doors built because then we'll actually have some way of defending. You could have just requested mechanisms. Could have, yeah, but I wanted to request boulders. So that I have other options. Metal mechanisms? Well, I don't think there's any exposed metal on this map. Also, I intentionally settled somewhere that didn't have any really usable metals, so. But if I had exposed metals, sure, but I haven't seen any on this map yet. 10 past 5 p.m. Gotcha. Yeah, also, like, because I'm starting early right now, because daylight savings hit here. I gotta say, though, I'm a really big fan of the look of ginkgo/pecan wood. This kind of, like, pink color looks really nice. I kind of really like it, actually. Over here, we're going to... That's a water zone. That's the wrong thing. We're going to be getting the dwarves to dump water down into here, and we're going to start growing right here. That is now considered exposed, yeah. As long as I can auto-mine it, it's considered exposed. But I don't think I even have a pickaxe right now. Unless, like, that one... Yeah, this one dwarf showed up with a pick. So, dwarves in the fort currently that are named are... a devilish potato, Aegis, Blood Odin. The Storm Bringer X. Foul G, Gamgeo, Old Zwari, PS4 Killjoy 20, Rev Brown, Rex, and I think that's everybody. Yeah. So here's the beauty of this fort, right? It's in the same world and part of the same faction as the last fortress, Waterlongs. Well, see, here's the thing. Like I said, Citrix, I intentionally settled somewhere that wouldn't have a lot of metals because I figured that, like, if I'm settling somewhere that has, like, everything, that, like, I think this map has zinc on it. So if I settled somewhere that had a ton of exposed metals, I feel like it would kind of go against the whole point of the thing. You know what I mean? Zinc is small clusters. Yep. So, like, I figured that if we went after, like, somewhere with, like, iron and all that, yeah, it would kind of defeat the whole point of being, like, a scrappy wood-based economy, you know? Like, it's... if I would do something like that, it would, like, kind of destroy the whole point of this thing. Expect wood puns. Because streamer would pun. All right. Anyway, we're just gonna kind of let them continue constructing because they got a lot of jobs to do. But while I do that, I can do this. Are you in this fort still? No, you're definitely not in this fort. I definitely didn't just read your name. No, you're definitely dead. You're definitely not right here. You're definitely not, like, you know, right here. You're definitely not pen pasturing a stray piggy currently. Claiborne, bada ding, bada doom. What kind of dwarf do you want? Make as many wood puns as you want. You won't be leaf. That's a leaf pun, not a wood pun though. I might have to leave you behind on this one. Because I would not do such a thing. Beardy military? Don't have no military. Not yet, no. Although I will be making military soon, but if you want military, you gotta wait. I mean, like, you know what? No, I'm gonna give you the opposite of military. Although ironically, I think every single one of the bearded woodcutters is taken. Yeah, all the bearded woodcutters are taken. What's your second choice? I mean, so the save file is public. Legendary miner. Doesn't have a beard, though. Oh, no, okay, it does have a beard. I think is this one actually a legendary miner? This one might not be a legendary miner. Oh no, they're a legendary miner. Okay, I thought they were legendary in something else. Clay, dumb. I think it's how you say. Okay. Clayborn. There we are. All right, so Clayborn is very trusting and confident under pressure, a turnaround after being forced to cure the decay of a friend. He is bashful and often feels lustful and often acts with compassion and doesn't focus on material goods, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, well, that's understandable, and he is quick to anger after being caught in a snowstorm in the year 257, and he has little interest in joking around. That's bullshit. And can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. And he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. So it's the morning wood fort? You have time to delete that. Actually, no, you can't. This is Twitch chat. Morning swallowed. He he talks to inanimate objects when he's trying to remember something. Yeah, I'm talking to an inanimate object right now. It's called my computer screen. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for time. Question: does talking to Siri count as talking to an inanimate object? Or like asking Google something? Is that like the modern day equivalent of talking to an inanimate object when you're trying to remember something? It's like, I'm trying to remember something. Hey, Siri! Anyway, with that hypothetical aside, He personally strongly values tranquility and sees perseverance in the face of adversity to be head bold and foolish. Head bold and foolish. Does not particularly value the truth and dreams of creating a grand work of art. He likes lemonite, brass, star sapphire, clear glass, giant aardvark bone, and the color Carillion, and short swords and figurines and ballista arrows and wild boarmen for their tusks and the sound of the lacy phrases. And when possible, prefers to consume mandrill, brown bullhead, and whipvine, and sangrero fruit, and absolutely hates cave spiders. Description-wise, his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long stash is combed neatly, naturally. His long hair is braided and his nose bridge is convex. He has a round chin and his nose is broad. His amethyst eyes are slightly rounded, and his somewhat tall ears are somewhat broad. His hair is pumpkin with a touch of gray, and his skin is dark tan. You have one friend who's Cog the Miner who lives here. Miners stick together, I guess. Morning wood joke followed with swallowed. I mean, swallowed's just doing his job. Okay, this is what he's paid to do. Show up and mildly disturb everybody out of nowhere. But yeah, we're just waiting for construction. The hair is pumpkin. I mean, what else would it be? Yeah, I can't. Well, I can currently destroy walls and floors because I do have 2 miners with picks. In fact, I'm actually going to move one to Claiborne, though. So I can deconstruct walls. But I didn't actually embark with any picks. They showed up with them. Fun fact. Definitely an unladen and an African swallow. Does dwarf hair lighten the more time they spend outside? No, their hair is based on their genetics, which is based on their parents. And also faction genetics becomes very common very quickly. So like if you spend a lot of time in a faction, especially if it's a faction that's very isolated that doesn't get a lot of like international immigrants from other factions, you'll notice that they all look very similar. It's because they all have similar genetics. Well, it's the coconut that you put the lime in it so that you can drink it all up. Cold-blooded. That's the type of coconut that it is. It's conversations like this that drive some of the people in the YouTube comments nuts. It's like, why can't you just talk about the video game? Because talking about putting limes in coconuts is much more important, frankly. Or like all of the dwarves in this faction for some reason have broad ears. And in some cases, tall, broad ears. Yeah, and then just like how the Irish all are redheads except for the occasional one who has black hair, which is all of my family. All of the Irish in my family just have like jet black hair. Or like really, really, really dark brown that it's turned into now. My grandma's got black hair. Yeah, naturally. Of course. The X-Pong. I had a few fortresses where you got nothing but necromancers and migrants. That's because of the faction. Made the necromancer extermination goal a little awkward. Gotta pick a different faction, would be my guess. My assumption there. Mm-hmm. Yep. Claiborne. Yeah, no, I've definitely had that happen before where I'm just like, all right, let's, which is also why where I'll like set a goal and then the faction will just make that goal redundant. It's one of the beauties of Dwarf Fortress, but it's also one of the problems with Dwarf Fortress, I guess. I don't know if I'd necessarily call it a problem, but it's one of the facts of life with Dwarf Fortress, I suppose. To like a point where I just won't set goals, really, unless they're like construction styles. Until I'm on the map and I get an idea of what the faction is like. Unless I've done a bunch of like pre-reading in Legends. So, like, let's just say the king of the faction is a necromancer. And the I don't know, queen is a necromancer, and the outpost liaison's a necromancer. We're obviously going to okay. So let me remind everybody about this command. Read your dwarf lore. Just because we're not digging doesn't mean we're not dwarfs, my guy. No, we're obviously, my headcanon for this particular area is we are the main wood exporters for water lungs, which, by the way, water lungs is in the same world as this particular fortress, and is part of the same faction. It has 1,000 dwarves right now, so very, very successful fortress. We are the main wood exporter. We're cutting down tons of trees. That's about as unelfy as you can get. We're dwarves that are fond of drinking industry, and we are taking part in drinking industry. It's the industry of cutting down all of the trees and building a huge construction out of them. Very dwarfy. And we have two Zwaris. Same name. And you become mayor again? I will expel you if you show up again. We need different stories. Come on, man. New fort. New memes. Well, new fort, old memes, more like. Make me ballista arrows? I mean, that would actually be impossible. Because I have no iron. And, like, no copper. And no mineable metal on this map that could be made into ballista arrows. So, no, I would throw you in the river. I would do what Ferrari should have done to their team captain ages ago and literally just throw you in the river. Also, we're out of booze. River of swallows. Glug, 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 glug. Free old Boreas, what's up? It's good to see you. Good morning. Yeah, I mean, it was a terrifying ocean biome mixed with it was an Untamed Wilds ocean biome mixed with a terrifying glacier mixed with a Untamed Wilds sparsely forested area, and the map had maybe 3 trees on it at a time. It depends on if the FIA can keep their shit together, Mark. I'm like super bummed out about the season right now because the thing that I hate more than anything in F1 is when one team is just like a bajillion miles ahead of everybody else because it's just like, well, cool. Number one is already predetermined. Great. So I'm really bummed about the whole season so far. Oh, yeah, and sewage rain from the skies. Yep. Things are all right. Getting by. Freehold.
Why be number one when you can be number 4?
God, did anybody else read that book or see that movie? I Am Number 4. It's a bad book and a worse movie. I mean, there will be fun mid-pack fights, Voozle. Also, hi, it's good to see you, Voozle. There will be fun mid-pack fights, but yeah, I don't know. I just wish that we could just disqualify Red Bull. Like, just boot them out of the races. Like, I like watching Perez. He's a fun driver to watch, but I can't stand Max. And the one person I can't stand more than Max is Max's dad. And I can't wait for a full season of, like, Perez wins the odd race, and then Max's dad is just all racist on Instagram. That's going to be fun. That's going to be real fun. Yeah. That's going to be real fun. So, yeah, no, I'm not super thrilled about that. But, I mean, there will be fun mid-pack fights, so I'll stick around. It's not like I'm going to stop watching. But that's my... Yeah, no, exactly, Mark. That's my take on the first 2 races. Also, like, 2 of my least favorite tracks of the season are the first 2 races right now. So it's not even like we get to start off with a track I like anymore. I like Australia. Australia is a fun track, and we don't get to start with Australia. I don't like that. I'd rather start in Australia. Like, can we start with a good track, please? Not the ones I don't want to watch. Hydroplane. In the 90s, won every single race. Well, that's no fun. But yeah, no, it just is what it is. Also, for some reason, the first save with this world takes forever. This is not like compressed saves either. This is uncompressed saves. I don't know why it takes forever. But seriously, Ruby, thank you very much for that 4th month and welcome back. It's good to have you. Compressed saves do take longer, yep. But they also cut them down in size by like 2/3. It's like Dwarf Fortress itself is like what, like a 200 megabyte game, but like my world saves in the uncompressed format are like up to multiple gigabytes. I mean, you missed the hour-long conversation, so I don't really want to rehash the whole thing, but I've been having some major issues sleeping recently, Boreas. You have 36 gigs of DF saves? Yep. Yep. It is a really pretty map. It's a massive canyon. It took us like 3 hours to get this settled. I wanted something with a volcano too, because then we would have been able to do stuff with lava, but because like I can't dig, we're like doomed to have no lava on this map, period. Also, I must just be out of barrels. I have a feeling they're all full of fish. Yeah, that's my assumption. It's what's called a major. It's called a medium river. There is one size that's tall, that's bigger than this, and they're about out to there. So like out to about there from here. There's major rivers. I was looking for a major river with this one, but They were all on Untamed Wilds biomes, so I decided not to go with it. They flow really nice shape. You do see, like, definitely repeated patterns in the rivers if you stare at them long enough. We're about to get hit by an ad, so I'm not going to do much for the next minute. Sounds fishy to you. Barrels are a problem. Speaking of a problem, Devilish Potato needs a sub chat. I really need to get this block out of here. Thanks, Claiborne. You're almost at 100 subs. Gifted. That's a big number. Cheers, man. You beat you to it? Well, hit Kelly then. Always other people you can hit. You might need to refresh, though, Devilish. We're in an ad right now, so just not going to do much. But something I'm going to do is I'm going to build a ceiling over top of this all the way over here, and also wall and overhang on this side. And I want to be able to walk up to here and smooth this, because we're going to need to build a roof over this and a roof up and over this side, essentially, because otherwise stuff's just going to climb down this wall. This is going to take so much construction, it's not even funny. Thanks, Boreas, for gifting a sub to Kelly. There we go. This is how a streamer makes a living over here. It ain't much, but it's honest work, I suppose. What are these dwarves all doing currently? There we go. Drink's going up again. That's what we need. All right. There's too many dwarves fishing. This is a problem. Don't need that many dwarves fishing. I need more dwarves constructing things. But yeah, the part of this map is cool is that we also have this up here. I was really hoping that the waterfall would also be a major river, so the wider type. Maybe I could just widen it, although that would make a pretty major, like, drowning thing. The Dead Machine? That just sounds like a fuzz rock band. The Dead Machine. Billy and the Dead Machines. Let's go. So here's what you need to do to play into that name is you just need to put, like, random water wheels that lead to nowhere and minecarts that do nothing. Just have, like, derelict dead machines everywhere. Build an outdated, destroyed factory fortress. So we're supposed to be getting a patch for the game sometime in the next week or so. I'm really, really, really hoping we get it this week, because that would imply that if we don't get it this week, it'll be after PAX East, which is this coming weekend. So I really hope that we get it this week. But I think Zach and Turner are at GDC right now, so I'm not hoping too much for that. Babies and bug fixes. Babies and bug fixes. I don't know. I feel like the Steam audience, too. It allowed you to install it from Steam? Wait, what? Allowed you to install what from Steam? The update? I mean, the patch hasn't come out yet. It's not out yet, so what would it install from Steam? Yeah, the baby update isn't out yet. They just announced it. Why, your legendary storage dwarves stabbed a human in the heart, tearing it apart, and they were still fighting back? The human? Because it obviously still had blood left. His heart's not destroyed yet. Yeah, it'll be compatible. I highly doubt that that'll break saves. It's pretty rare that updates break saves. To give you an idea, the premium update, so the version 50, so the version that's sold on Steam and Itch, hey, Lenarno, those versions, that was the first update that broke saves since 2014. So, also, I don't call me out here if I'm wrong, chat, but I don't think hearts are a vital organ in Dwarf Fort. I'm like 98% certain of that. Well, here's the thing though. I'm pretty sure you can live without a functional heart in Dwarf Fort. But you can't live without a brain. It's like brains you will die instantly if you lose it. Hearts you won't. Just like your ex, it's just like me, frankly. Yeah, exactly, C-Trix. Exactly. Three-head hearts cloven asunder? Now that I'm wondering about. Yeah, no, like you can get stabbed in the heart. Like I remember reading an article about some dude who got like impaled with like a metal spike and it went right through his heart. And he lived for like the hour and a half that it took him to get to the hospital. And then they operated on it and took it out and he survived. It's like got stabbed in the heart and lived to tell about it. So I can see it. But cloven asunder? That I don't know about. That I don't know. That I question. All right, sweet. Well, we do have dwarves that are putting stuff together. We've got brewing drinks going. Appears that Cog is on that. Devilish potatoes hanging out with the pigs, it seems. Gamgeo is making wooden barrels. Constructing stuff. Literally nobody. Okay, you know what? We got plenty of fish, you laddies. Just nobody does this. Nobody needs to do this. You're putting wood away? Yeah, that checks out. Need to craft that masterpiece someday. Someday. Yeah, you'll get to it. You're attending a meeting. I need more dwarves, chat. Actually, you know what I think I need? I think I need to limit the amount of dwarves that can be hauling to this with a wheelbarrow. But I'm not certain I have a wheelbarrow at this exact moment. So let's make a wheelbarrow. Checks out, Papa Lurk. Concept, though, of just fleshy, spongy, oblong-shaped squishmelons plodding around in a bone flesh mech suit. You know, I don't agree with that, but okay. Who've thought of that? People who like body horror, who like to creep people out. I'm not particularly disturbed by body horror, but just the biology of that doesn't check out. It's common internet fan fiction about how human bodies definitely work. Don't ask your doctor. Okay, now the thing that is genuinely confusing me is why... Oh, I understand. Okay. Well, it turns out I don't actually have enough dwarves to harvest the eggs of my turkeys. So I'm like, why is there so many friggin' turkeys? So apparently, like, my geese have made many baby geese. And my ducks have made many baby ducks. And my turkeys have made many baby turkeys, which is great. Problem is, apparently I just have like 10 billion of each now. Well, that's good. Guess we'll be eating turkey for more than just Thanksgiving. Holy shit, that's a lot of ducks. Holy shit, that's a lot. Okay. I'm going to deconstruct your egg boxes, guys. Nothing against you, but we need these egg boxes deconstructed. Because apparently you're laying eggs faster than we can harvest them. So I need you guys to cease for a wee bit. Please stop fucking. Please stop clucking, more like. It's a lot of birds. It is a lot of bird. I was like, why is there just ducks everywhere? Oh, okay. I can't wait until we have like actual sprites for baby turkeys instead of just like it's a mini turkey. It's like it's just the turkey sprite, but like smaller. Gobble gobble. Yep. Hey, Shady. It's not that I'm being prude, okay? It's we need to prune the herd. See what I did there? Yeah, no, I mean, that's why I have the birds, is because you can specifically get leather from them. I'm wondering, do I have any tasks running on repeat that I've automated that I forgot about? Let's just pause those. Well, at least Rex is doing what needs to be done. Rex came from previous fort and is injured, so... I need to get the dwarves out of the other side of the forts and over here. There's also a lot of weird graphical artifacting with these constructions over here. It's kind of weird looking. Also, hello, Rolf. Missed you. It's good to see you. Hope things have been well. This fort is overly foul. I see what you did there. Rex seems to be struggling there. Yeah, Rex has trouble breathing. Old injuries from the previous fort. Although, to be fair, most of the dwarves have old injuries from the previous fort. There's going to be a lot of puns. You know, I feel like if chat actually listened to chat, there would be nobody left in chat because everybody would come in, make one pun, and then the rest of chat would at that person in chat and be like, get out, then they'd actually leave. Also, hey, Gold Bludgeon, what's up? Good to see you, dude. Currently, we just have too many tasks and not enough dwarves to complete them. See, this is the problem here. Puns are fun. Yep. Are there any hostiles near my fort? Yep, but they don't know I'm here yet. They won't know I'm here for a while. Where creatures discover your existence at 20 dwarves. Same with titans and forgotten beasts. Elves and humans discover your presence at 50, and goblins at 80. Gold Bludgeon, thanks for checking out a gift. Hey, Napalm, how are you? It's good to see you. Puns are great. Yep. And rock is nice. Not liking puns is kind of like losing the game. Yep. Sure. Could go with that. That's a take. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-bum, bum, ba-da-da-dum. Oh, wow. Having to redo tutorials time and time again. I'm going to slowly move the dwarves over. Cat child is fighting, probably with other cats. Hey, Jazz. Jazz, I have a question. Your merch stuff arrived, right? All of the merch that you ordered? The reason I ask is because I was going back through, like, order history in my merch store, and it says that none of your stuff was delivered, which is weird. Okay. I guess somebody at some delivery company forgot to push a button somewhere. Just fine. It's just weird that it reports as not delivered. It was, like, weird. Or rather, it's listed as shipped. Wooden barrels. Yep. Okay, you're breaking those. Can just nuke one of these carpenter's workshops. Nuke a second carpenter's workshop. We don't need all of these. We do also actually have some weapons. We have an iron spear and a silver warhammer. We also have these axe blades that I bought, as well as a serrated copper disc, which is good. A panda is fighting. Did you fall down the waterfall? The panda fell down the waterfall. So there are pandas on this map. Doesn't mean they're smart. It is such a panda thing to do, right? Although, to be fair, waterfalls are, like, extremely dangerous in Dwarf Fort. I'm actually just going to put a wall along here. Gonna be specific about the material type, though. The reason I'm going to put a wall along here is so that we're less likely to lose dwarves here. And then we'll put a little bridge there and a wall on the other side. Maybe he had a happy thought on the way down. It's a sad thought. All right, so they'll get that built eventually. Much lower priority than most of the other things. Why haven't you removed that block yet? There you go. Hallelujah. It's like 70 bajillion years. Right, so next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move our carpenters over here. Make these out of peach blocks. And I'm going to put a stockpile over here for wood. I'm going to allow for 2 wheelbarrows. And we're going to go over to the initial hole in the ground here. And get rid of these 2 carpenter's workshops. And I'm going to get rid of this stockpile. We're just slowly moving things over. You'd go zoom me off the ledge too? Oh, absolutely. I mean, like in real life, waterfalls are extremely dangerous. For like very, very, very obvious reasons. They are very much not safe. All right, let's do 10 buckets. wooden bucket. Make them out of, I don't know, persimmon. Let's do tables. It's going to take me a while to remember that they're called chairs. Let's do 25 of each. And we're going to make them both out of, let's do peach. People die of stupidity around waterfalls all the goddamn time, yeah. It's sad, but it's true. Okay, so this is all peach wood. It's all peach. All peach. Okay, so I'm going to make this corner out of peach wood blocks. Let's try and keep the colors coordinated. Well, speaking of tombstones, I can't make slabs. This fort can't make slabs. That's going to be fun. So I have to make bodies, or I have to keep all of the bodies, which is great because like we're playing with fire here, right? Or actually we're playing with water rather. We're right above a really big waterfall, and it's like, oh yeah, and I can't make slabs unless I have stone. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I have to accept the ghosts as citizens. I don't like that. But yeah, this is for farming up here. So this will be a seed stockpile. We're gonna get rid of that with the barrels. Then we go down here. I swear that I had a... Ah. But no, we'll just have to make sure that we acquire all or find all the bodies. That's all that we'll have to do. Do I have any lore reason for the no digging challenge? We are providing wood for water lungs. Because water lungs was importing wood for a good while. That's the basic lore reason. Do I have any serious lore reasons? No. Just that. It's going to be fun when Yuzel falls in the river. Yep. Yep, it is. It's going to be very fun. I'm looking forward to it. Here's the thing, right? It takes a lot. As long as I don't, like, attack them or sell them wood, or trade with them. As long as I don't trade with them, basically, it won't be too hard to keep the elves from being pissed. The elves actually need a lot of trees chopped down per year, and by a lot, I mean, like, 120 for them to just attack you. So I would have to try really hard to piss them off, and it's not really my priority. So I think it might actually surprise you how long it's going to take to piss the elves off. It'll happen eventually, yeah, but it's going to take a while. But eventually, yeah, we'll piss them off probably. We're gonna need a big net. Well, I mean, nobody's fallen in yet, and I am building guardrails, so, you know. I'm honestly more concerned at this point about things climbing on top of my walls. Gonna need to chop down more pecan trees, I think. There's a lot of yets going on here right now, Kelly. Oh no, it's saving again. And to wait. Pole with the hook at the end? Yeah, it's called a fishing rod. The dwarves don't have that technology, though. What's up, pet? Patyrus! Hello. We're in a saving screen. It's the best part of the stream. Speaking of best part of the stream, I just gotta say thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in today. Sorry I haven't been streaming more. I'm just, you know, I haven't been sleeping well, and I've been really busy with real life shit recently, so. But we back. We here. We're streaming. Doing the thing. Sub counts still in the 1400s, which is nice. Streamed a lot before. Yeah, I think I did enough streaming in December to, like, make up for this. But, I mean, it was a productive weekend. I paid my taxes. Now $6,000 poorer. So that's fun. Looking for next year. My taxes next year are probably going to be in, like, the 20,000s if we keep it at the rate we're going. But, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, like I said, I just need to talk to my Dr. Tropic. What a bargain. Hey, man, it's cheap. To be totally fair, it actually is a bargain. Because it's cheaper than my meds would be if I was paying for my meds out of pocket. So, you know. Importing money to Canada ain't cheap. Well, actually, no, it is cheap. That's just normal income tax. Importing money to Canada not being cheap would imply that I was paying like HST or GST, which I don't need to pay. Because I don't have any running costs. I just exist. Swords. Swords, Kalebi. What's it called? Get a legendary weaponsmith to make you swords. That's what most people do. Because believe it or not, Boreas, people like me are very valuable to countries because we just make money appear. And we have no real cost on any infrastructure to run. So, invest in streamers because we're valuable. Assuming this industry continues to exist with the, like, entirety of the tech industry crumbling, it appears. Fingers crossed. I hope I get to keep doing this job as everybody gets laid off from every platform and people get mad at platforms for existing, which is what happens. Folks will always want entertainment. That's always been my theory, and it's always kind of proved to be true. All right, let's go across here with Pecan. Speaking of entertainment, thank you very much for gifting ad-free viewing to Chili. Chili. Now you don't need the ad breaks while you're cramming your homework. Best of luck, dude. Stone, what kind of dwarf would you like? I can't give you a... I can't give you a stone worker because we have none. But who do you want? Just name a dwarf and I can just give them to you. Someone of questionable function? I could give you that fisher dwarf. Although fisher dwarves are quite helpful here. Pretty large portion of our food. And our crafting industry. Bread and circuses? Yeah, Darius. Zathan. Where's Zathan? The weaponsmith. Not going to be doing a lot of weaponsmithing here. We're about to get stuck in an ad, by the way, so apologies. Wait, actually 67? Damn! She generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. She is currently more shameless, and she is sometimes cruel. She can be very single-minded, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She doesn't feel envious of others, and she can handle stress. She tends to avoid crowds, and she has an active imagination. She often feels lustful, and she currently is more rude. She is currently more fearless, and she is currently more confident, and she is currently less private and currently more thoughtless. She is excited when she's excited during conversations. She can't help but interrupting others, and she scratches her head when she's nervous. It's fate. It must be, yes. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. It doesn't really care about anything anymore. It's like, you know how a lot of people like the number 13 or number 12 or something? She personally sees merrymaking as a waste and doesn't care about nature one way or another and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes tin glaze, bismuth, bronze, red flash opal, water buffalo hoof, and bolts and shields and crowns and animal traps and giant mosquitoes for their high-pitched buzz. You are a monster. She likes traps and giant mosquitoes for their high-pitched buzz. In the words of the page of aquamarine in the sight of the festive suitor, and when possible, prefers to consume duck, fisherberry wine, and 2-grain wheat flour. Hates fire snakes. Preoct, hello. Did you redeem one, amateur? Because you have to get the redemption. Otherwise, I don't just give them out these days. Otherwise, I would just be reading dwarves forever. And then we'd have no dwarves left, and then nobody else would have a chance to get a dwarf. So, yeah, if you didn't get a redemption, I can't give you a dwarf. She is thin, and she has a very narrow, round chin. Her hair is clean-shaven, her hooked nose is short, and her slightly rounded amethyst eyes are close-set, and her ears are somewhat tall, and her hair is buff, and her skin is burnt umber. Or be gifted one, yeah, which is currently off. I will turn that on when we get a migrant wave. There's just not that many dwarves, and I kind of want there to be more selection. I might try damming this river. I might try damming this. It's one of your favorite DF colors? Ooh, that's convenient. Damn this river. Yeah, pretty much. You gets it. Sure. I was going for 800, but we'll go with 810. Also work on those tables. So I'm kind of thinking about making a little tavern right here. Right next to the little farming area. I think we can either make a new tavern or a new farming area a little, or further away from the farming area a little later, but we need a tavern in the fort right now. We also need a dining room in the fort, so I'm thinking about just doing that right here. So dining room, kind of along here. We'll put a little food stockpile somewhere around here, sooner rather than later. Let's use closest material. So this can be for prepared meals and drinks. And for, assuming that, yeah, for prepared fish. And right up here, I can do a still. And then down here, I can do a dining hall. And then around it, we'll do a tavern. And this can be a tavern. And you know what? We'll let visitors be in here. Why not? See if anybody shows up. Third wall. Not to be confused with the fifth wall. There's also a sub at this channel. Thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. Bucket Brigade Bar and Grill. Can I call it the Bucket Brigade? Because if I can... The Walled Buck. Is Brigada. The Bright Buck. No, can't do it. Apparently bucket isn't a word. Call it the Bright Buckles. The Bright Buckle. We'll go with. That sounds fine. Disappointing. The Dwarf Fortress tends to be, yeah. Unplayable. There was a mod for a bit there that added a lot more words to the Dwarven language. The actual hysterically unplayable thing about the Dwarven language is the fact that there's no word for dwarf. Oh, trust me, there's been people asking Zach and Tarn to add words to this game as long as I've played it. I think we got more ducks, chat. Well, on the bright side, when these ducks grow up, we're gonna be eating ducks and geese for a very long time. It's not like we're gonna have a shortage of bacon anytime soon either. Okay, no, they're literally just leaving. The dwarves say we? No, that's the knights who say that. No, they say ni. Close enough, though. Not to be confused with the pirates who don't say anything. Or who don't do anything. They say plenty of things. Because they just stay at home and lie around. Also, chat, Patyrus needs a sub. They're here often enough. Just saying. All right, let's do this. We just tell you we don't do anything. You know, I don't really have many fond memories of VeggieTales, but that's like one of the few things that I look back on very fondly. Cheers, Gold Bludgeon. This is like the best streamer racket I've ever encountered. Is just like, hey, this person deserves a sub. Elfie, thanks for gifting a sub to Polly. Appreciate you. Welcome back, Polly. What was it? Can. Well, it's time to clear cut some more. Because I need more ginkgo and pecan. And Boreas, thank you very much for gifting a sub as well. The Energy X. Cheers, dude. You miss the days when you could watch ads to get bits. Me too. You know, it's funny. That feature was available in Canada for like a week. when you could watch ads to get bits. And the only ad I ever saw that I got bits from was, and I only saw it once. The feature only showed up once, and I got 25 bits from it. Was for Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Check your Prime subs, chat. Yeah, that too. Since there's a hype train. Do you actually want me to make a command for that gold bludgeon? Because I could, but I feel like that would be a bit on the nose. Okay, well, let's get rid of the fishery. Let's get rid of the craft dwarfs. Okay, so over here, I need to cram a fishery into here somewhere. I'm thinking, this is what? Ginkgo? Go along here, and we make a fishery down here. Because that would just make sense. Yeah, well, unfortunately, people didn't want to buy ads for it. And I think the main reason why that feature went away so quickly, or not so quickly, but the reason nobody bought ads for it and the reason it went away was because people just wrote bots that watched the ads for them. Like, this is why we can't have nice things. Are Crundles friendly? No, Crundles are prime evil. But they're extremely ineffective at being evil because they're very weak. Blind with the fishing industry? Yep. It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, you can train them. Like, the Crundles are trainable. Crundles are kind of hysterical. They're like tiny little red devils that are plotting to murder everything, but like can't. I don't think it. They will eventually. Pop alert, but it'll take a while. They're like they're like chihuahuas. I mean, you're not too far off. I can get behind this. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be doing two things I'd never do in this fort, though. We're going to be surface farming and, you know, fishing. Two things I never do. Which, you know, like, that's the point of a challenge, right? To make you build something differently. Otherwise, there's, like, no point. Why do I not fish normally? Because it's too dangerous on most biomes. If you're playing on Untamed Wilds or Haunted or any kind of evilish biome, it's like the highest chance of death is to fish. I think another panda fell off the waterfall too. I think another panda fell off the waterfall. Because surface farming is 1/5 as effective as underground farming. But yes, you absolutely can. Oh, they probably do. I imagine them. Crundles are like demonic chihuahua minions. They're basically Dwarf Fortress's minions. Except they're not running around singing banana all the time. And they're less annoying. Wait, what about river otters? Oh. Major, river, brook. No, minor, it's major, minor, river, creek, brook. But chat, thank you very much for that little halfway hype train. Appreciate you guys. Made it to Stone's favorite number percent, so I consider that a win. Hello, Flykick. What? What's up, Tycho? Chihuahua. I mean, it would be a pretty amusing mod. Not gonna deny that. You didn't notice returns being lower on surface farming? I think it's growth speed, but surface farming is the same effectiveness as shallow dirt farming. So if you dig down like 1 or 2 layers and you have a little bit of dirt, it's the same effectiveness. Okay, we can get rid of this side. Should really put a wall here because I'm like paranoid someone's gonna slip off. This is peachwood. I might actually remove these at some point. Oh, hey, we have a guest. he looks friendly. Yeah. Seems friendly. He's a member of the Rags of Muscle, which I think is a different dwarven civ. He's a former militia commander of the Halls of Dimpling. A former prisoner of the Halls of Dimpling. Oh, I'm sure that's great. Yeah. Well, he's a member of the Insightful Vice, being a nomadic group. So you're definitely a criminal. 0. No, 10, actually. He's killed a bunch of goblins.
28th month watching blind. 30 is almost here.
Raise a glass to that. Cheers, mate. Thanks very much, Freeways, for keeping that sub alive. He's also naked. Although he is wearing a goblin hair amulet, a goblin tooth ring, a goblin tooth bracelet, and a goblin bone earring. So there is that. Seems fine. I don't think this guy likes goblins very much. What do you think? Trophies of his kills? Well, I mean, he was a prisoner. Although he is a beast hunter. So
Crypt beer.
I wonder if he's going to be like, hey, I want to hunt monsters and join you. If this zombie asks to join me, I will absolutely say yes, by the way. Oh, shit, some migrants have arrived. Look at that. Just clearing some notifications Discord has popping up. It's going well, Padinsky. How's things? Hello, Raccoon with matches. I don't know which command you're looking for. Looks like we're up to 25 dwarves now, which means I do need to start a militia, or I do need to find us a militia commander. Looks like nobody's got no relevant skills. But how's things? Ooh, we have a doctor. That actually is one of my chief doctors from the previous fort. I wonder if I can assign you to a new hospital. This dwarf is a real good doctor. I mean, look at this. Accomplished surgeon, professional organizer, expert wound dresser, adept diagnoser, legendary weaponsmith. A pretty good dwarf to have around. Regos the Weaver. I'm looking for somebody. She's important. I think I'm going to put this dwarf in the military. I remember this dwarf from the last fort really, really, really wanting martial training. Zany! One of my favorites. I think I'm going to make this dwarf into my militia commander. Because they really want martial training. We'll see. There you are. And also, Chief Medical Dwarf is going to go to Yushrir. Because you're certain that undeads are cold? I mean, some people might think the undead are pretty hot, but... Creative Nets. Can I just say that the Creative Nets is a really funny name for a fortress in a, like, chasm that, you know, can't... Actually, hold on. Oh, never mind. I can't make you into the military dwarf. You don't have the ability to stand. Right. Never mind, then. I will also definitely give this job to somebody else. Well. Hence why some people may think of him as a furnace. He's just out there strutting his stuff, you know? Do you want to master a skill? A great work of art. Likes to brawl. Is often nervous. You'll be okay in the military, but I don't want you to be the chief military dwarf. Oh, you're married to Kilob. You want martial training. All right. Fab the legendary weaponsmith. We're going to give you weapon training. You and your wife. We can also put the Stormbringer in, because Stormbringer was in the previous squad. And your wife. So that's going to be my starting squad. I'll remove that. Hold on, this guy disdains skill, which, you know, is what it is. We all hate our jobs. Okay, I'm going to make a barracks, and it's just going to go right here. It's just going to be for the creative nets to train. I'm going to go over to schedule and just get them to train constantly. I'm actually kind of curious of if he ends up with a weapon. Oh, and we have a petition. Oh, boy. Weaponsmith Guild, eh? It's going all right, Nutty Wombat. Going all right. If a dwarf dual-wielding steel hammers, is this due to him as having strong thing in the description? Sounds like you told him to equip 2 hammers. Did you tell him to equip 2 hammers? Because they won't do that by default. You'd have to customize your uniforms to make him do that. Make us a guild? Yeah. Totally. No complaints, Taylor. Yourself? I've had CC subtitles for about 3 years now. You just have to click the button. See tricks? I've had closed captions on this stream for quite a while. It's literally just, I don't know, sometimes they turn on by, I think they're on by default, actually. You have to turn them off. It's literally just like pinging Google voice to text every time I speak. You make them dual-wield short swords? You can try. Just tell them not to equip a shield and equip a second sword. They'll do it sometimes. Usually turn them off? Okay, then turn them off. They're there for people who need them. And one of your dwarves is like, I'm the rightful heir. Oh, really? Oh, that's pretty awesome. Congrats on acquiring a royal. Thanks for gifting out another sub. Freehold. Cheers. There's snipers in the chat today. All right, well, I'm going to accept that weaponsmith's guild. As for where I'm going to put it, that's the question. That's the question. I don't know where I'm going to put it. I'll have to figure that out. I might just let it time out. How many of them do I have? Quite a few. Going to put the Stormbringer as their job as well. Satisfied at work. How do you feel about training? Tenderness when speaking with a spouse. Oh, look at this. Feb the spouse got a full spear. Dodging people's pet peacocks. And a shield. I like how this guy takes the spear and the shield and the helmet and doesn't give anything to his wife. What a guy. Studded with billin and decorated with yakbone. Fancy, man. It's because the last fort I had a big-ass weaponsmith guild that was extremely popular, and like 2/3 of the dwarves in that fort were weaponsmiths. So the dwarves that are going to be migrating to this fort are going to be weaponsmiths. So, yeah, somewhat ironic, but it also kind of makes sense. Actually, you know what? Let's get rid of this. We're going to go down this side and dump water all the way along here. There it goes. That's 2. That's 3. That's 4. That's 5. All of these are going to become a pit pond. You can't stop them. Well, it's just like real life. You'll just get upset workers. That's all you'll really get out of it. I mean, they're asking for a union, basically, right? So they're trying to unionize. Forging a sword as a guild demonstration, turning around to melt it back into bars for the next demo. I mean, they don't actually make items as part of guild demonstrations. That would be interesting, though, if they did. All right, down here, we're going to make fishery workshops. I know it's horrific, isn't it? You know, that's what my dad used to tell me, Citri. And then he learned that I actually like my job and it's doing pretty well. And then he stopped telling me that. Wait, there's fishing in this game? Yeah, it's a JRPG. Didn't you know that? Every good JRPG has fishing in it. Welcome back, Elfie. But this is a game. No, it's not. It's real life. Come on. This is very serious beeswax. I demand you take Dwarf Fort immensely seriously. What's up, RP Farm? Any good game has fishing in it? That's true. There is no fishing minigame, though. At least not in fort mode. It's a thick river. It's only a minor river. You should see a major river. They're like twice as thick. So I'm thinking about building a manual pump stack today. That's going to pump water all the way up into a little reservoir. I don't know, maybe around here. That's what she said. I mean, it's always what she said. She said, you're supposed to be in bed. Oh no. Shoutouts to the Gins. Good local band. Yeah, that pretty much checks out in regards to the Untamed Wilds. Comment. If anybody's wondering what song I just referenced, here, I'll link it. For those who aren't directly connected to the grunge scene. You have to listen to way too much grunge to know who the Gins are. They do free concerts around here every now and again, though. And that music video is filmed in my ex's high school. It's impossible to escape pain. Part of the hive mind. Has to start somewhere. How dare you have a pet alpaca? God damn stupid dwarves. Stupid pets. Alright. At least I don't have to worry about them turning into zombies. Alright, well, we're almost there with this. Free milk and wool? I suppose. It's one way to look at it. Your dad used to listen to grunge? You have a cool dad. Some real good grunge in the scene right now, too. But then again, I still listen to mid-2000s pop punk and grunge, so, you know. As a record collector I watch on YouTube says, congrats, you're going to like the stuff that you listened to when you were a kid for your entire life, so it better be good shit. Because if it's bad, you're going to learn to hate your own music taste, and nobody wants to learn to hate their own taste in music. So whatever you do, just make sure that the stuff that you listen to while you're growing up is good. Pop punk is the new dad rock? Disagree with that. I would say surf rock and like Red Hot Chili Peppers is the new dad rock. Or like ska. Ska punk is the new dad rock. Pop punk isn't quite there yet. There's still enough bands writing pop punk right now. What's wrong with liking Green Day? I think I've had American Idiot and Dookie on every single electronic device that has the ability to hold music for most of my life. You like Red Hot Chili Peppers and you're a dad? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's hard to exist without as a dad without liking Sex Magic. I mean, come on. American Idiot is great. I mean, like, I would say that Green Day is one of those bands that's lived long enough to become the villain. I don't really like them anymore. I think their new stuff is just them trying to rehash their old stuff, and it doesn't work. Some bands it works, them it doesn't. But Like, there's definitely examples of, like, bands from that era that are still fucking killing it. Even though you lived up 600-ish miles apart. Huh. I guess that would do it. I mean, Blink 182 is still fucking killing it. Bad. You know, I would agree if someone says Bad Religion is dad rock, I would agree, but that they also are still fucking killing it. Like, Bad Religion is so goddamn good. You hate when that happens? You know, it's funny. I was listening to Dope's newest album. They still write the exact same trash and it still sucks and I still like it. Bad Religion is incredible, but they are the most dad rock band. Like, just look at them. Like, aesthetically, they are the most dad rock you could possibly be. My Chemical Romance is not emo. Do not insult emo by calling My Chemical Romance emo. And I say that as a fan of emo. MCR isn't emo. I don't know what they are, but it's not emo. I'd be closer to calling them scene than emo. You want to eat a good meal, you want to be extravagant. A duckling has been stung by a bumblebee. Oh, the humanity! Dashboard confessional? I mean, currently, what are you? Are you missing a head, or do you just have a really weird helmet on? Oh, you have a bronze cap and a really big beard. That is a weird-looking sprite. It's part of the nomadic group, the Dignified Sublets. Sublities. Former member of the Confederations of Splashing. That's a good name for a religion, though. The Dead Fellowship. It's actually just like a Grateful Dead fan club. Yeah, he's very bitter. He's also got a dwarven name. Tekid? And a beard, actually, I think. Okay, no, he doesn't have a beard. It just kind of looks like he has a beard because it's a weird sprite. Cool, though. Was that weird goth stepchild? What, like his infernal majesty? Well, it's not... Okay, so as a metalhead, screamo is not a genre. It's like saying loud music can stay. It's not a genre. Screaming can be a vocal style, but just because music includes screaming does not automatically make it screamo. Looks sort of like Stark from Farscape. That's not where I was expecting people to go with that, but yeah, I can kind of see it. Generally, people who call things screamo are people who think that shrieking or growling, which are two separate vocal styles, are genres. It's pointless to try to categorize metal? Sure, but screamo is not a categorization. So you're categorizing metal by saying screamo can stay. So thus you are taking part in the genre discussion. You could just say metal can stay. As a metalhead who will always take part in genre discussions, screamo is not a genre. Don't call it a genre. It's like calling mouse games a genre of PC games. I've seen Black Delilah Murder. They put on a good show. Didn't their vocalist die? Well, I'm not a huge fan, but... You didn't come up with it? I don't care. I'm well aware of where the term came from, but it's not a genre. It's a vocal style. It's people being wrong. As a mouse games enthusiast, I'm a keyboard games enthusiast, I'll have you know. I'm right. I'm well aware of that, but I will continue calling people out when they say screamo is a type of music, because it's not. I will do that for my entire life. Doesn't matter. What? I mean, there's plenty of bands that have weird political connections. I mean, doesn't really surprise me. Okay, we've got a woodworker who's been possessed. Gamgeo, who's in a strange mood. Who is,
time for more not digging.
Yeah, everybody's favorite time, not digging. Do I need to make another carpenter shop? Because he didn't even claim the carpenter shop. Wonder if he wants the craftsdwarf shop. Because I don't think I remade that yet. Oh, now he claimed it. Okay, wait, they wait for the job to be done now? They used to just cancel the job. I really need to slaughter like 80% of these animals. I'm actually going to do that. And also I'm going to jump down here where my farmer's shop is. And I'm going to go right next to it. I'm going to make a tanner. Also, Rev, thank you very much for the 4th month. Shoutouts to Not Digging and all my not digging enthusiasts. Make him die of boredom? They'll do other jobs. I'm not going to restrict them to only mining. Okay, he's begun a mysterious construction. A human caravan has arrived. What did he grab? Pecan wood, logs, and hair leather. Polly, what kind of dwarf would you like? Bracelets. Amulets. Figurines. All right. I'm not going to go specifically looking for jobs like that, basically. Because they're really rare, and I'm not going to go filter through every single dwarf in the fort. I have some military dwarves. I have a fisher dwarf. I have some weavers, or a weaver. I have some weaponsmiths that won't be weaponsmiths for very long. And I have some woodworkers, and that's pretty much it. I'm not going for anything super specific like that. I'm not going to set that precedent. Because I don't use, like, DF Therapist or anything. Like, I'm just not going to go digging through things. Do you want Ashen then? Because that's the only... Why did you land me right on a skeleton? Where's Ashen? Because that's the only locked fisher dwarf I have, although they're not currently fishing. Because I have that disabled because we had 335 fish because fishing is stupidly OP. But I will be enabling and disabling fishing as needed. No, he's not already dead. Okay. She is quite ambitious and can occasionally overindulge and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Is quick to anger and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Is currently more rude and is currently more fearless and is currently more shameless and is currently less private and is currently more thoughtless and scratches her nose when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally doesn't feel strongly about the law. And likes Garnerite and Billin and White Chalistoni. And windows and goblets and the sound of the russet meadow. And when possible, prefers to consume lychee and pearl mullet flower and absolutely hates bark scorpions. And Gamgeo, the woodworker, has created Rumlus Knet Ashum Ast, a pecan wood bracelet, and offers it to the Bloody Woods, which I will look at in a second. Her hair is wavy, and her hair is tied in a ponytail, and her protruding round brass eyes are close set, and her extremely long eyebrows are high, her somewhat tall ears are extremely narrow, and her nose is short, her hair is buff, and her skin is raw umber, and her nose bridge is slightly convex, and you over here for the artifact is an ashenwood bucket. Not bracelet, bucket. I can read. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with hair leather, and the handle is made from pecan wood. Now I just need a single mechanism, and we can make a very epic well. My favorite word to say in the English language is archipelago, which is a word that I learned while playing Tropico, of all things. It's like, it's a game where you settle on archipelagos. It's like, what the hell's an archipelago? A stingray? I mean this one? These are lampreys? Yeah, lampreys, and then we have mussels and trout. I'm saying don't. I don't even care. All right, let's see what we're trading for. Got a little bit of value. Ooh, a grizzly bear. I will take that, even though that's a good deal of our, a great amount of our profits here, but I will take that. We'll take those 2 axes. Can't afford that warhammer. All the clothing is large, so I can't use it anyway. Grab this cap. Okay, never mind. I will grab, or rather, I will grab the copper buckler. Not cap, words. I mean, I don't think we'll be getting any giant animals on this map because it's just wilderness. It's not Untamed Wilds. No silk? No silk? No silk? Okay. But yeah, I'm not expecting any giant animals on this here map. Okay, well, let's do that trade. No, I'm just making shell crafts. Shell crafts are plenty for right now. Here's that foul G got into a fight with a badger. Hope he won. Looks like he charged at the badger boar and collided with the badger boar. Knocked the badger boar backwards. Punched the badger boar in the head with his left hand, bruising the muscle. Twist the neck, tearing apart the fat and bruising the upper spine's nervous tissue. A tendon in the upper spine has been torn. Shelby and Christian shell furniture. We shall be rich. This is your foolproof plan. Mark my words. I mean, definitely mark the words. They're in the most recent Wordle. I shall never say such things again, okay? All right, let's do this. Let's do that. Do this. We'll do that corner with something else. All right, I need a kitchen. That's something we need. Let's actually just stop dumping these. I'll put my kitchen up there. Put the kitchen here. Muddy kitchen. You can make you can make shell helms. I know you can make shell leggings, which are virtually valueless and aren't very useful. Not very effective, rather. I mean, I guess they're useful. Right, so I'm going to real quick go into orders. You can make. I know you can make bone helms. I know that. I guess I've never tried to make shell helms, so I'll believe you. You probably know this better than I do, actually. Okay, let's go to seeds. Cook cave wheat. Cook dimple cup. Cook. We'll keep the fisherberry. Cook pigtail. Cook plum helmet. Cook rock nuts. Cook ratweed. Do fisherberries. 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 I'm going for stuff that can be brewed mostly. Rope reed can be made into cloth, right? Okay, we'll do rope reed. 2 seasons of the year here. And we're gonna go to farming. duck is fighting, apparently. You love your rope read? Rope read's pretty effective. Go all the way across to here. Not a bad little farming setup we got. We'll do just fine, I think. Build up a cloth empire. I mean, we're not a cloth empire, but we will certainly make cloth. Actually, let's do the farmer's workshop up above. We'll do the farmer's workshop up here. Just gonna jump over to the squads here. I'm gonna go to equipment. I'm going to update equipment. Or actually, no, let's just reassign uniform. Go. They'll go grab the new stuff because we have another weapon in the fort now. Want to practice a craft. Militia commander ain't too happy. This is the most challenging fort. Not even close. See, the problem is I've been playing this game for so long, I don't really think any fort is challenging. I just kind of have to change my approach. There was somebody who left a negative review for Dwarf Fortress the other day, and they're and I don't consider this an illegitimate criticism. It's a totally fair criticism. Basically talking about how they find the game boring because you can just kind of survive wherever, and the game won't try and kill you necessarily. I don't think there is a hard embark for Dwarf Fort. Not that I'm aware of, no. Nutty. Oh, the king? Astrog? No, the king did not. I actually don't know where the king is. There's an empire that produces adamantine dailyware. You'd need a lot of adamantine to do that. Like, a lot of adamantine to do that. Like, it's doable. It would just be really time-consuming. Yeah, so it's just like I don't really consider but accepting risks for fun doesn't make a fort challenging necessarily. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess like the most challenging fort I ever played was one that was a terrifying biome that like a couple times a day just a cloud would go across the map and turn anything it touches into zombies that were hostile. That was pretty tough. But it was pretty tough for about 10 minutes, and then I got the Dwarves Underground. And then after that, it was just tough when there was migrants arriving. But even then, like, I wouldn't say it was particularly tough. DF is deep. It's not hard. Like, it's really deep in its mechanics, but it's not a hard game. Like, RimWorld tries to be a story builder, but ends up being a strategy game because it's so focused on difficulty. Dwarf Fortress is a story builder. The idea of Dwarf Fortress is that you play D&D with, like, it's like asking somebody, what's the most challenging thing you can do in D&D? Whatever your DM makes up for you, right? What's the most challenging thing you can do in Dwarf Fortress? Whatever you decide to do. And challenges in Dwarf Fortress are less about, like, making the game harder and more about making the game more tedious. Terrifying undead biome was kind of hard. Yeah, but, like, you saw how Waterlungs did, right? Like, yeah, we had dwarves die pretty frequently, but, like, that fort was stable. Yeah, it's a different game for a different kind of audience, Black Dog. Finally caught one of my streams? Well, hello. Oasis. I think it's how you say that name. You're the one that said you have a hard time streaming? Gotcha. Yep, remember. Is the antique UI font? You know, previous versions of Dwarf Fort, it was so easy to mod the font. You'd literally just like click and drag a new font in. So hopefully we get that font modability back. But I really like the font that they use. This isn't the original font. This is different from what the game used to have. And you used to be able to just press F11 to change the font if you had multiple fonts. So they are working to get that modability back in though. Like I used to I know a person who can't play this version of the game because they're very, very, very dyslexic and they play with Comic Sans. Who streams sometimes. You missed 3 hours? You actually missed about 1 or 2. Yeah, about 2. Because the first one was just records. We're about to get hit by an ad, so I'm just going to wait for that to roll over before I click on, yes, migrants have arrived. Hello, Thok, don't think. How thing? I mean, if you spend a lot of time in any game, you will learn how to avoid or overcome all difficulties. Sure. Comic Sans is literally a dyslexic-friendly font. Like, I agree, it's an ugly font, but it's because it's friendly for people who have dyslexia. Yeah, which is why it's hard for me to like actually respond CCJ like this is difficult. I mean, like when we're talking about like new players for Dwarf Fort, right? Like I feel like the most common cause of death isn't actual game difficulty, it's lack of mechanical knowledge, right? Which is difficulty to a degree. But once you understand what all of that is, it's really hard for me to answer. It's like, what's the hardest embark that I do? It's like, well, none of them are hard. It's just I have to change how I approach that particular map. Not sure how you missed that. Twitch does a pretty good job of hiding it if you don't see it go by right when it happens, Zopher. You were in the shower and you were gifted a sub. You should take showers more often. Energy X. We get subs all day. Had an issue for a long time where you couldn't get hooked into any game and you would have to practically force yourself to play the game just because you bought it. Ever since DF came out, you've played like 2 to 5 hours per day. It's just something different that you appreciate. You know, I've said this for years. I don't play Dwarf Fortress because it's a perfect game. I play Dwarf Fortress because there's nothing else like Dwarf Fortress, which is why it always like hurts my soul a little bit when I see negative Steam reviews for Dwarf Fort that are basically just saying, oh, it's not like insert other game here. Because it's not trying to be. Right? Whenever you're going to go shower, quick, somebody gift this person a sub. But no, it's like it actually kind of hurts my soul a little bit. And like, you know, I actually responded to a negative review the other day on the Steam, on the Steam version of this game. Because they literally started their review off with leaving comments on so the fanboys can rage at me or whatever. I'm just like, well, and then proceeded to just complain that they didn't like the way the shadows looked in the Steam version. It's like, why? Is knee-jerk restarting when you learn something new or fuck something up? That's you in every game. That's me in every game where I have a restart button that's very, like, generative. But, you know, I mean, like, that's how you learn to play Dwarf Fort. That's how you learn to play RimWorld. That's how you learn to play any colony builder or city builder or town builder. Just keep resetting until you get the build order right. All right, let's see. Did they... Wow. They just straight up canceled all those jobs. Cool. Cool. What's up, Mac Daddy? How's things? Good day. Oh, I have to read the Discord word story. Give me a sec. There's not too much for me to read. So I will simply say, chat, you have like a minute to add stuff to the word story on Discord. Join the Discord, go to the add word stories room and add words, and then I have to read them. Please don't make them all curse words, then I will be sad. And complain loudly. Something to do with chat maturity levels, probably, is what I'd say. What, Songs of Six? Songs of Six isn't that bad. It's just a little fiddly. But then again, I used to say that the military screen for Dwarf Fortress was fine and functional, which a lot of people disagreed with me on, so maybe I'm not totally trustworthy when I say that. I don't know. I think people often overthink the process of learning games. I think games are often way easier to learn than people give it credit for. It's usually just a matter of repetition and doing it. It's usually just a matter of repetition and doing it. Also, Linux Town, did you ever get that Steam Deck? Remember you saying that you wanted one. Curious if you got one and if you're happy with it. Not yet? Nah. Still trying to figure out how to make this entryway safe, because currently it's very much not. And a metalsmith guild hall. Guys, these aren't gonna work. I'm just gonna keep denying them, you know that, right? You motherfucks. Apparently Dwarf Fortress isn't a keyboard game anymore. So apparently Dwarf Fortress plays just fine, and CUD has full controller support and full touchscreen support, so I would assume CUD would play just fine, although I don't know anybody who's played CUD on it. How do you claim a dwarf? You wait for it to be available, and then you claim a dwarf. All right, speaking of unrelated things. I have no answer, officer. I never said cocaine was bad, but figs contain potassium benzoate unless you process them into cookies. Well done, chat. You formed a functional sentence. Yeah, claiming a dwarf is basically a lottery in this channel. Fine, I'll approve it and then ignore it. I mean, I personally really like that one. All right, well, Feb, I'm going to remove you from this squad, I think. Might actually remove all three of these dwarves from this squad. You enjoying this job? Okay, Kilob, you can become the commander. Ready to cut. Thank you very much for that tier 1. Means a lot. Really does. Cheers, friend. Legendary Hammer Dwarf. You must have come from the Oh, hey, it's Psycho Labs. Okay. Stan the man has arrived. Crinkled Paper is here. Streamlabs has arrived. Who am I giving a dwarf to, Freehold Boreas? Is that ChatGPT? I don't use ChatGPT for anything. Like, literally anything. If you're wondering what the what the babbling was, it was
You thought you were rid of me. Behold,
Yeah.
you are not. Now begins stage
Can
2.
I talk or no? Okay, fine. Now begins stage 2. Cool. Cool. No, that was, there's a room in my Discord where people play telephone. Also, has anybody else showed up from that migrant wave? Really doesn't look like it. Well, we can put the legendary hammer dwarf in here with you. Also, thanks for the $1, Claiborne. Giving a dwarf to Elfie Bean. Gotcha. What kind of dwarf am I giving to Elfie Bean, chat? No, vote Babu. Babu better than Gremlin. You'll take the lone fisher dwarf? Literally already claimed. But here. Ironically, the fort name is not in the stream title. This is one of the rare times where it's not. Okay, jumping into these menus. I could give you Zuglar the Weaponsmith, who's a novice fisher dwarf. Dandy, bedtime. That sounds lovely. I'd go to bed. Bedtime. Thank you very much for that 4th month. Welcome back. Jam Jalopy. Trucking in with the big old 10-pack. Hey, look, you hit like. Okay. I know the top name. I know Coach Monster. I know Morocane. I know Clinodev. Got all the people. 4K away from getting your first dwarf. It's going to take a bit. Elfie Bean. Also, last hype train was 58 minutes ago, which is why that didn't start one. She is very slow to anger and enjoys being in crowds, actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, and can easily fall in love or develop. Also, Free Old Boreas, thanks for checking out another gift. You guys wait 2 minutes. You could hype train that. You get to the underworld. How does that affect gameplay afterwards besides the demon surprise? You have access to the underworld now? Armor, what up? She has a calm demeanor and she tends to be a little tight with her resources when working on projects, occasionally overindulges, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors, and she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she lives a fast-paced life, and she often feels discouraged, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and winks when she's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Lucky soft helped you guys. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally, is put up by family. Doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. Likes alabaster, pig iron, almondine, cassowary, leather, reindeer for their large herds and the sight of the primsheen. When possible, prefers to consume mussel and sunshine. Ooh, fancy tastes. And absolutely hates slugs. Hello, Lyagushka. Everything. Description-wise, her very long hair is braided. Her amethyst eyes are slightly rounded. Her hair is flax, and her skin is copper. I wonder, yeah, I super didn't trade. No Diggy, no. Absolutely no Diggy. Diggy is against the rules in this fort. Oh, you were literally looking for goal. Yep. Hmm. Am I walking away from the mine? No, we're just simply doing an interesting construction challenge, if you want to call it that. But chat, thank you very much for all those gift subs. You guys are very kind. We're actually crashing back towards the 1,500 sub count mark. I was trying to get caught up on chat. I haven't gotten into a cavern yet. I haven't gotten into a cavern because we're not digging at all on this map, Oasis-ish. That's the whole point of this fortress, is we're not going to dig. I'm not allowed to dig. Because, and part of the reason I'm doing this is because the last fort we did, was like entirely underground. So I kind of want a bit of a change of pace, you know? That's really all it is. Just kind of want a change of pace.
Thanks for streaming.
Thanks for watching. Thanks for the 31st month. It's a long ass time, dude. Is it good to find a cavern immediately? If that's what you want to do, it's certainly not bad. There's nothing wrong with finding the cavern immediately. All right, well, we need to get happy moods wherever we can. So I think I'm going to make a wood furnace and an ashery right now. Wood furnace. And a ashery will make out a chestnut. And you know, let's use that nether cap barrel. We're going to use the artifact bucket on this. I'm also going to make a mechanic shop because I was able to get some boulders off the dwarves previously. So I'm going to go to mechanic. Is there a way to prevent your pretty little sand collection from being overgrown with cave moss? If it overgrows with cave moss, you can still collect sand from it, so there's no need. But if you put a grate on top of it, that'll stop it, if you actually care. But like I said, it doesn't really matter. Only trees will block sand collection. You can also collect them from walls as well. So, we have a little goblin snatcher visiting. How lovely. Please stay away from the children, you goddamn criminal. You're a legendary gem cutter. Look at that. Member of the Stabber Pillars. He's a member of a dwarven group. Look at that. He's an outcast from the Cakes of Silk. Okay. Member of the denomination of Orals. He's an outcast of the member of the Tot of Suffering, former ringleader of the Cakes of Silt, and he's the holy obscurity of the denomination of Auras. Dude predates the world. Yep, very old goblin. Please join my fort. You're just worried about aesthetics? I mean, I think putting grates on the floor looks pretty cool when it comes to aesthetics. If that's all that you're worried about. How are you still a snatcher? That's a good question. Like you'd think that like there are others. Well, actually, I wonder. It has no kills. Never killed somebody. Oh man, I missed telling a story. Pause. What story are you telling? This character is telling a story, and I want to know what. In the early winter of the year 89, the goblin Nagor King Painted Wrath became the holy obscurity. The denomination of auras. Why is it a strange visitor? It's a pretty normal visitor. This visitor has come to relax and heard that the Bright Bucklow was the place to enjoy oneself. Exhilarated after getting into an argument. You don't get snatchers visiting? I've seen weirder visitors. Snatcher's just an occupation for a normal goblin. Recruit him? Her, but I'd need her to, like, apply to join the fort. That's not up to me, that's up to them. That is up to them. Dan's Labyrinth, what's up? My favorite sequel to Pan's Labyrinth. The Dwarfin pretty good so far. Pyriston. Dwarfin is pretty good. All right, so we're waiting on that. All right, let's do Ash. Ash make. Literally make Ash, isn't it? I don't know why that doesn't jump up, but 25. Let's use pearwood. Got tons of that. Let's actually do 50.
Haha, it's giving me anniversary MSGS backwards. I'll take it. Worship Satan KEKW.
It's giving you message anniversaries backwards. I'm very confused by that, Trizuka, but hello, thanks for the 7th month. Welcome back. You see the comment from Putnam in the Kit Fox chat? She seems to have at least implemented experimental multi-threading. Yeah, in like a dozen places. And no, that doesn't mean you're going to get full multi-threading. Also, Putnam's a she. For the bajillionth time. At some point in this game, you're going to have to think about creative things to do, or you get bored. Wait, what was guys asking? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's kind of the way things work. Chat's a little lively today. It's like last week chat was super quiet and like low key. Today chat's super lively, so I'm like actually having to scroll up and shit.
save? We roll the dice around here.
1 year! White Pony 1. It's been so long. Welcome back. You had a Chad had like multiple Red Bulls and is now flying away because they all have wings. Yeah, it's all good, Lucky Soft. And I hate to be the person to correct people, so. Mondays sometimes require larger buckets of caffeine. Word. But yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is never going to be fully multi-threaded, if that's what you're thinking. Like, it's just not going to happen. However, what is possible is certain tiny parts of it could be multi-threaded, which is what, yeah, Putnam's been talking about in multiple places for quite some time. So, but I don't think that's anything to really get excited about. I think the things to get excited about are the, like, mechanical optimizations that she's been making. Those are much more interesting and relevant to, like, the future of Dwarf Fort than, oh, yay, we have, you know, experimental multi-threading on music loading, which is, I think, the thing that she's implementing right now. Yeah, I think, like, there was somebody who was, like, real pissed in my, well, maybe not pissed, but seemed angry. It's hard to tell with YouTube comments. Who seemed angry in the YouTube comments for one of my videos where they said that they were expecting more major improvements after Putnam was brought on board. It's like, Putnam's literally just doing, like, under-the-hood shit. Like, you're not going to see anything from Putnam for a while, like, that's mechanically noticeable. I don't really use any mods, so I'm not the person to ask. I use DF Hack to clean up saves sometimes, but I use it like an external diagnostics tool. I don't really use it while I'm playing. I also don't use Therapist, and I don't generally use mods. Dwarf Fortress mods are to add flavor. Are you bored of the current flavor of Dwarf Fort? Okay, go add some mods to add more flavor. Do you think that the enemies aren't weird and wacky enough? Go add, I don't know, giant blob monsters, you know? So I don't really think they're necessary. I like overhaul mods for Dwarf Fort that completely retheme the game if I get bored. One of my previous favorite mods, which hasn't been updated yet, but is currently getting updated, is the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom mod, which is Super Mario Brothers. And I want that mod to get updated so fucking bad. Hey, karaoke. Yeah, it's a surface fort, and we have to build with wood because I'm not allowed to dig. But we do have some stone in the fort now, which is quite nice. Something collapsed on the surface. Oh, no. Devilish Potato has been found dead. Rest in peace there, dwarf. The trees have claimed a life. Rest in peace, you poor dwarf. Trickfinger, what kind of dwarf would you like? Our caravan has arrived. Well, that's great. We can trade. And the outpost liaison has arrived. Yeah, time to figure out where we're going to put bodies. Yep. Bearded? Is that your only request? Is bearded? Because I can just give you the happiest bearded dwarf that isn't already named. Would be Dastot, who's also not very happy. Wait, no, that's the angriest. Would be... Melville. Bearded and handsome. I don't know, Melville seems pretty handsome. What do you think, chat? You got mashed. I mean, at least you didn't drown. He looking good? I think he pretty dashing, frankly. Look at this good dwarf. Trickfinger wants martial training. I might actually put you in the military if you're good at it. He never becomes angry and never feels discouraged. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He is often nervous and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He finds obligations confining, and he is conflicted by this since he believes it is important. He believes in the importance of the rule of law. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He lives a fast-paced life, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He doesn't often feel envious of others and doesn't go out of his way to help others, and he is troubled by this since he truly respects sacrifice. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day and he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shit weather. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. He personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Values a harmonious existence, values sacrifice, and doesn't really respect commerce, and doesn't really value loyalty. He likes bauxite, late pewter, and kunzite, and the color red, purple, and loincloths, and guinea fowls for their social nature, and the sound of the russet meadow, and when possible prefers to consume giant wolverine. Okay. And pomegranate wine and horse's milk and sweet pod seeds. Normal wolverines are bad enough. We don't need giant ones. And he is thin and he has incredible muscles. His long beard is arranged in double braids and his sideburns are clean shaven and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and he has a close-set, round brass eyes that are protruding. And his ears are extremely tall, and his nose is short, and he has a round chin, and his hair is cinnamon. His skin is burnt umber, and his nose bridge is slightly convex. Also, I realized this question was from ages ago, but I think I've figured out what the hardest embark is for me. Settling in the third cavern layer without settling in the walls. Open third cavern layer forts are very difficult to get going. Once you get them going, they're fine, but those are very difficult to get going. For you, it's more magic. I don't really look forward to things in games because Dwarf Fortress is a game that has slow development, right? It's like saying, what are you most looking forward to in the next Elder Scrolls game? It's like, well, that game's not going to be out for 8 years. So what am I looking forward to in Dwarf Fort? Whatever Tarn's working on next, which right now is some UI improvements. Said it was your 5th month in the row, but no, it's your fifth 5-month streak, meaning it's your 7th total, but you've done the you've done 5 months in a row. That's what it means. Caught COVID in Austria during skiing. Oh, that sucks, dude. Feel better. Shit's the worst. Yeah, some UI improvements and babies is what I'm looking forward to right now. Also, I just learned something. Number 1, pear and peach are a slightly different shade. Cool. But the other thing that I just learned is that, did you know they clean up mud on constructed floors? I didn't. I guess I do now. That's interesting. Why is that dwarf blue? Because he's dead. Is why that dwarf is blue. And we found a devilish potato, dead, badly crushed. And Claiborne just took some clothes from him. What a guy. It's just perma-stuffed? Oh, that blows, dude. Also... Okay, sweet. I think the humans showed up on the wrong side of the map, so they didn't actually get to trade with us. Yeah, I've still managed to dodge it. Haven't gotten sick with it yet. But I'm also generally ahead of everybody when it comes to the vaccination stuff too, so maybe I have had it and just didn't notice. It's weird. Whenever like I go into a place now to like do doctors things, they're like, "Have you felt sick or have you like tested positive for COVID?" It's like, "Have you had COVID-19 or contracted COVID-19?" Because I still have to answer that to go into my doctor's office, and it's always just a not that I'm aware of. At this point, fuck if I know. Got it back after 6 months. That's good that you got it back. That would mean that they're pre-ironed. Guess we have to call them Woody. I am liaison from the mountain gnomes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your map and world info. I'm kind of tempted to just request all of the trap components for metal that I could melt down. And anvils. Iron, gold, copper, silver, steel. Maybe not gold. Just everything. That's what I want. Just you know, not much, just everything. I mean, there's no tutorial to make there. You click the melt stuff button and make a melt stuff job, and they melt it in a metalsmith's furnace. All right. They want shields and bucklers. All right, I will. Can I? What workshop are wooden shields made at? Assuming it's carpenter shop. Quickest tutorial ever. I mean, there's a lot of things that people keep asking me to make tutorials about that I just kind of blink at. Kind of confused, like, why do you need a tutorial for that? It's like there's this one person who's commented like 1 billion times that they want me to make a tutorial on how to make an arena. And it's like, you build an arena is how you make an arena. I don't know how to tutorialize that. Hello, Trimcoff. It depends on what it is. Nutty Wombat. Some you only get a percentage back. Godly materials, you get a very small percentage back. Some things you actually get more back. Yeah. Like if you make spiky balls or menacing spikes, you get more back. Yeah, I guess so. Dan's Labyrinth. Although, like, if you go to YouTube and you type in Dwarf Fortress, how to make arena, you will find, like, a couple dozen videos of people who've made tutorials on how to make arenas, so. How to turn off the tutorial. God, I wish you could turn off all those pop-up menus. So I'm thinking bedrooms are going to kind of be in here. I do really need to start building bedrooms, though. Like, I really need to start making bedrooms. On how to unpause the game? No one's asked me to do that yet. Fortunately. I would be slightly concerned if somebody did. You know, it's funny. Like, I still say you have to thank chat for the community fort series because I never would have done that on my own. It just wouldn't have happened. It's not the type of content that I really think to make, and it's not the type of content that I would expect people to watch. Duping was patched? Oh, was it completely patched? I don't do it, so I assumed it still worked. That's actually good if it was. Although you can also thank chat for that one React video that I did where I watched Asmongold's reaction to Dwarf Fortress review. So I don't know if I would necessarily thank chat for everything. Don't give chat too much credit. Chat hits sometimes, but they also miss sometimes. It didn't initially, Signal. It took about 2 weeks for them to patch that. I want to say that came in around the same time where creature sprites came in, which was about like 5-6 days after launch. Because that was something that really annoyed me. Although I've rebound it, so I don't actually have it set to period. I have it set to equals. That was a classic video. Wait, hold on. So my videos from 3 months ago are now classics? Oh boy. Time really does move fast. Right, well, we are making lye. Then over here, we're going to make 50 soap. From tallow. Making ash, making that lye. It's like a Delphi oracle. It gives sage advice, but no one actually knows what the fuck it's supposed to mean. Chat, I have a challenge for you. Not really a challenge, but more of a, I'm curious. Give the best piece of advice you can with only using 3 emotes. It can just be advice. It doesn't matter what it is. You've never played Dungeons and Dragons, but you've always been fascinated by it, hence why you play this game now. I hate D&D because it requires coordinating with other people, which almost always ruins things for me. Some migrants have arrived once again. Beer causes fun. Yeah, I agree with that. Sad, dwarf, make you happy. Okay, I get it. Kill Tommy Wiseau. I mean, why? Why though? What did Tommy do wrong? Sports ball lick? I don't know about that. Or are you telling somebody to lick my balls? Is that what you're telling them, Layagushka? You wish you had friends for D&D? Believe it or not, finding friends for D&D is a lot easier in the age of the internet. So if you really want to try and find a group, there are Discord servers and rooms in Discord servers and places where you can do that. Satisfied after improving axe. Look at you go there, dwarf. Oh, shit. Kaylee B showed up. Welcome back to the fort. Pijaming showed up too. Didn't bring their lashing gear, which is unfortunate. Let's see, did anybody else show up? Stan the man is here. Welcome back, Stan. Baby Blueford is back. This dwarf's been through a lot. I mean, like... has killed a zombie kangaroo, a zombie reindeer, zombie reindeers, giant zombie dwarves, crundles, goblins, giant crabs, elves, snowy owlmen, a goblin that wasn't a zombie, and a giant coyote and a giant albatross, and now has a spear. Now you get to learn to use a spear, an iron spear, nonetheless. Need to get him out there? You just need to find yourself a group. Here's the thing, right? Roadcut, I don't think everybody boycotted. That's like saying everybody has boycotted the Epic Games Store for having exclusives. It's like, nah, plenty of people are using the Epic Games Store. Sure, some people have, but not everybody. Everybody's going to be rather inaccurate in every instance when you use that word. But yeah, I don't like coordinating with people to play D&D. And in my experience, other people ruin D&D for me. Right, let's see if I can actually trade. I'm not used to the game running this fast, so because I've been playing in Waterlungs for so long. I need this dwarf to get over here. Come on. Eat your goddamn lunch, Rev. Nah, no trading this time. Oh well, that is kind of okay though. I don't really need that many migrants currently. Oh no, logs falling in the water. You feel bad about that now? Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong. I would almost say then you have a bad... Like, this is coming from someone who doesn't like D&D, so don't take my word as gospel by any stretch. But I would say that the point of D&D is to ruin the DM's plan, and if the DM can't adapt to what the players want, the DM is a bad DM. The whole point of being a DM is being able to adapt and change your plan based on what the players are trying to do to give them the best narrative and story possible, right? And if they're incapable of doing that, then they are failing as their job as a DM. And water source. I'll make the water source that corner. So yeah, I wouldn't say that that's your fault. I would say that the... I mean, that is what D&D is. It's cooperative storytelling. And the DM's job is to pay attention to what the players want to tell and what the players want to do. Do the players want to be a bunch of murder hobos? All right, well, they got to adapt their lore and plan for that, right? Like a classic example of this is Total Biscuit, who's the lull face that you guys see. Rest in peace. He famously took part in a 40K tabletop session, right? And the DM had this big old crafted narrative that he wanted them to slowly go through where they would discover a heretical artifact and fall into heresy, right? Well, Total Biscuit's Space Marine took one look at the artifact and went heresy and smashed it. Thus, completely demolish, and the DM didn't know what to do. It wasn't a very long-running campaign. And there's this point in, like, the VODs for it where, was he a tech priest? Okay, well, anyway, my brain. Long time ago. And there's a point where you can, like, hear the DM getting, like, visibly, like, audibly angry. All right, we've got another carpenter shop claimed by Alath, who's being particularly secretive. What's the reason it only lasted like a couple of sessions when they'd planned a bunch more? There's so much livestock on the map right now. Holy shit. Yeah. No, I tend to agree when it comes to TB dying way too young. On the screen about manipulating Space Marine genes or something. Yeah, that checks out. How goes angering the forest? They're not particularly mad at me yet. Am I going to try and defend myself with Mark's dwarves? I mean, I wouldn't... The only bolts I would have access to would be bone and wood, so no, I'm going to defend myself with water. Much more effective. And the rest sort of didn't. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what it is. But no, I fully plan to defend myself with water. Go for Apocalypse World? You mean a system that's actually based on cooperative role-playing and not a system that's based on, like, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? You mean a system that's actually based on cooperative role-playing? So I'm thinking what I do is I build a wall across here. I'm trying to think how I can actually redirect this. I'm going to need to redirect this up here onto this side. Although it might not actually be flying off there. Oh, shit! Got a wood coffin. Potato, you get a wooden coffin. An artifact wooden coffin. Alath the carpenter has created Ficod Mulash, a persimmon wood casket, and offers it to the Bloody Woods. It'd be even better if it's got an image of you dying on it. Our cast-off ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval granite cabochons and decorated with peach wood. On the item is an image of Pan Riddledate, the human, and Aslom, the tin sack of weaving, the elf, in Willow. Ashin, the tin sack, is striking down Pan. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Pan by the elf, Butcher. Eslim shaken snarled in the tin sack of weakening. In Tundra rumors, the legendary forests in the early spring of 166 during Mothdast Rashgur, the onslaught of attacking. That's a lot of words. All right, well, I need to decide where I'm going to put coffins. Could I put them on the roof? Or do they need to be indoors? Must be inside. Okay, so... I think we'll put it right there, and we'll just go along this wall up here. For right now, we can move them later if I decide to. And there we go. We now have goose soap. Which means the dwarves are probably having happy thoughts about soapy bats. I hope. But yeah, no, we're going to need to redirect water. The other thing that I could also do, although this would be ridiculously overkill, is I'm kind of thinking about pumping water all the way up here into a reservoir up here. Okay? For the express reason of making the bad guys walking in right here, and I just go goosh and dump water on them. Yeah, no, there's all sorts of things we can do later on that I won't do. Because, you know, that's how it tends to go, right? You're like, yeah, I'll do this later. And then like 10 years later in game, and you're like, man, that workshop's still there. Weird. Well, I'm going to get rid of that anyway. We're going to make process plants jobs. We'll do 20. When the number of unrotten plants is greater than 20. DF is a game that distracts you from itself. Yep. He can do a lot of things. I think the color of pecan wood is my favorite so far after messing around with this. You're a very pale dwarf. Got a novice fighter there. We'll toss you in. We got a spear dwarf there. We'll toss you in. We'll leave the Stormbringer out because they weren't enjoying themselves. Well. What do you mean they hate water? Soapy baths is an extremely positive mood for them. No, they don't get a mood boost. I don't think it's actually possible to heat water. Like, water will turn into steam and evaporate if you heat it. But, like, I don't think it's possible to, like middle ground heat it. I mean, then you'll just get obsidian. But yeah, saying dwarves hate water isn't necessarily true. They hate rain. And they don't like drinking water, but they love baths. Like, they actively love baths. Like, see, content after a soapy bath. So, I mean, I had a bath with soap. I'm very content. Like, they're quite happy about that. Yeah, definitely don't melt an ocean with lava. Definitely don't do that. That is probably a terrible idea. This is going to be where we start bedrooms. I think Ginkgo's the only one I have left. Bedrooms are going to be a slow process. Water temperature could make for some cool systems. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress doesn't need more systems right now, though. There's a lot of things Dwarf Fortress needs, but more systems isn't one of them. Currently, what Dwarf Fortress needs to do is it needs to make its new buyers happy. And that is a difficult thing to do indeed when Dwarf Fortress is a inherently hard to sell game just because of the nature of it. Otherwise, Dwarf Fortress is going to be one of those games that slowly sinks down. Yeah, don't distract Tarn more than Tarn already distracts himself. Exactly. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, just go read some recent reviews for Dwarf Fort. Dwarf Fortress needs to keep its overwhelmingly positive review score. And let's just say the negative reviews have been coming in pretty hot and fast. Yeah, and Dwarf Fortress already has more than enough temperature mechanics. That's something that's pretty confirmed. Well, they need to improve Fortress mode before they even like they haven't even started adventure mode yet. And adventure mode's not going to start until Fortress mode is polished up, and Fortress mode needs polish currently. So I don't think we're going to see anything that's adventure mode related for, I mean, if I had to guess, mid-2024? If I had to guess. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking kind of around this time next year. Just because they haven't even started yet, right? I mean, if everybody was 100% happy with Fortress mode when Fortress mode released, which they're not, for some reasons that I completely agree with, and some that I kind of squint at and go, nah, I disagree with that. But if people were just 100% happy with Fortress mode, then it wouldn't be a concern. But that's not the case. What criticism do I agree with? There's some buttons that really should be there that used to be there that are not there. Like, you used to be able to just click... That's the justice screen. You used to be able to just click on a dwarf, any random dwarf, go to the military tab, and add them to a squad. Things like that. I don't think full keyboard support needs to return. Many people disagree with me on that, which, fair. I think that the ASCII classic mode UI needs some work. I think hotkeys could be displayed better. I think there could be more hotkeys. I don't think the game needs to be entirely keyboard playable because the UI is just not designed for it anymore. Tutorial off button. Yep. So, yeah, at least we have Putnam helping, and it's Tarn who has to rework parts of the UI, right? I mean, things like certain things should sort from the top to bottom, not bottom to top. Like right now, the combat log is totally fine, but it really should have the most recent event on top instead of the most recent event on the bottom. Dwarves still show up in alphabetical order, or not in alphabetical order, but in the order that they arrived, which makes a lot of sense if you understand that, but most people don't understand that, so they complain about that. More menus need search functions. Because we went from having no search function on any menu to having search functions on some of the menus, which is just inconsistent, which pisses a lot of people off. But, you know, I mean, just go to the Steam page and, like, go look at why people are leaving the game negative reviews. And obviously, like, some of them aren't fixable because it's just inherent Dwarf Fortressisms. Like, Dwarf Fortress is just a weird game, and some people will never like it. And that's just kind of a fact. But there is a lot of reviews that are popping up that absolutely are solvable issues. In fact, some of them are issues that Dwarf Fortress solved in the past, which is why those negative reviews exist in the first place. So, you know, unfortunately, just kind of is what it is. Oh, I completely agree, Lucky Soft, but what do you want more? Sortable, filterable lists, or do you want Tarn to go work on adventure mode? But why do they buy an unfinished game then? Because people don't understand that games have existed like this since before early access has existed, and so they assume if it's not an early access, it's a finished, polished product, right? And also they assume that all games that are in a released state are going to be a finished, polished product. It's like people like this who leave a negative review just because the gameplay was jarring. I didn't even know what I was doing with the tutorial, and the font used hurt my eyes, and I don't think I'd be able to play the game for a long time. The camera was very choppy, which I didn't really enjoy. Well, so refund the game. Like, what happened? I don't know. I guess I just don't understand how Steam users operate. The next one is gold? Oh, boy. I've actually thought about making videos reading negative reviews for Dwarf Fort, but I think that that would just be good for me, but bad for Dwarf Fort. Each hour of my life I put into this game has been maybe 20% enjoyment, 80% going, why the fuck is this happening? The UI is horrible, the tutorial is useless. That is true, the tutorial is pretty bad. The controls are clunky at best, and there is no explanation for anything that happens in your dwarves dig tunnels, and that's about it. There's no finish line. There's no goals. There's no explaining why anything is happening or why it ever happens. It's not hurting cats when the cats will consistently choose to die of dehydration rather than something that isn't alcoholic. This game falls smack dab in the category of people who took the time to learn it are now so masochistic that they've become elitist about being masochistic. And, well, I mean, it takes like 15 hours-ish, I would say, for a brand new player to come to grips with the basics. But I don't know if that's necessarily masochism. I think that that's more just like, I enjoy depth in my games. Yeah, I don't know. It's maybe 60-ish. I mean, I spend a good deal of time going, what the fuck is happening? But that is like the reason I like Dwarf Fortress. It's the what the fuck just happened that makes Dwarf Fortress interesting. Exactly, Lucky. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like I've also said to people who I've said this a lot to people in the YouTube comments for my videos recently, which is don't feel the need to no life Dwarf Fortress. Like, go play other games. Just seriously, like take a fucking break, eat a banana, and go play a different game for a bit. Dwarf Fortress will continue to exist and will continue to get updates periodically. And you're more than welcome to come back when there are updates. And if you're frustrated with something in the game currently, okay, that's been me in the past. I get it. Go play something else. And it'll get fixed. It might take 6 months. And if you don't like the way the game looks visually, mod it. That hamster leg. Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. So you recently picked up Return of the Obra Dinn. And when your friend asked you your opinion, your first line was, "I want to take that device into Dwarf Fortress." Oh, the device that you use in Return to Oberdin. Yeah, that would be interesting. Right, so we'll just let them construct that housing area right there for a little bit. So something I do actually need to do is I need to go all the way along the top here, and I need to make a one-tile overhang. Or just a wall to stop things from just climbing down. What type of log did I use there? Persimmon? It crashes every damn time? That's unfortunate. See, like, that's a perfectly legitimate frustration. That's something I completely understand. I've been not lucky, but like, if I get a crash once, I will jump back a season in a save. Because usually what happens if you're getting a crash, especially if it starts to repeat, it means that there's something happening in the behind-the-scenes simulation in your world that's breaking your game and causing it to crash. So if you jump back a save, usually it just fixes itself. Especially if you're getting repeated crashes, I would just go make a new fort. But like for some people, that's a deal breaker, right? Like I have a lot of patience for that kind of thing. But that sucks. Hey, Clino. What up, dude? Here's the thing, Luckysoft. Every now and again, people will randomly ask me, they're like, are you going to play insert like popular game that just came out here? And I look at it and I'm like, nah, there's not enough time to put into that game. Because like, I like time sinks. I like games that I can just sit down and play for the next 28 hours. And then be like, okay, I finished the basics. Now I can actually play the game. How's things, Clino? You're back? You went shopping? Welcome back, Irish Stupid. Did you buy anything fun? Did you go to the hardware store? Or whatever, however that song goes. Because you're going, yes, I'm going to the hardware store. It's the only good Weird Al Yankovic song. You can't change my mind. What'd you get? That's the correct answer. You're bringing up for the whole class. Back many times by crash loading the same some item, you guess. Happened on the same number. That sucks. You're 500 hours in and you're finally starting to feel like you know what you're doing. Yeah, I mean, it's not too far off of RimWorld. But we're doing a kind of a goofy build this time, Clino. I mean, you can probably see it in the title. Why is there blood everywhere? Guys, what? Oh, it's all badger blood. Okay. I guess they're getting rained on and the badger blood's just kind of going everywhere. It does make a degree of sense. Anyway, yeah, we're we're basically building a big old wooden construction. How did I manage to get one pecan block in there? Okay, right. Well, I guess I do need to wait for you to get over here then. You just poured coffee into a wine glass? What's wrong with that? Enjoying some fancy coffee. Come on. I see no problems here. This is coffee working perfectly as intended. Building in a ravine. Yep. That's the goal. The other day in your fort, an upset human wrote a cruel essay that you found in your mayor's office. They wrote it in response to being rejected to citizenship, and they left their work out left their work out on the loincloth on the mayor. Oh, wow. They left their work out loincloth on the mayor's office table. That's like an amazing level of disrespect. It's like, I'm gonna leave my loincloth here and write about why I don't like you. Yeah, I don't know. This is a game that requires a... Yeah, okay, so I'm going to name a bunch of big streamers here, and some of you are going to be like, who dat? And I'm going to be like, don't matter. But Sacriel and Shroud and... What was the other one? Sacriel, Shroud, and... Can't remember what the third one is. But those two and another guy are making a video game right now. They've partnered with the studio Splash Damage, and they're trying to make an open-world survival shooter. Or I guess like they're advising on an open-world survival shooter because I and maybe helping with funding. I don't actually know what their role is in it. It seems kind of like they're in a some sort of consulting role for it. But anyway, they're making a game, right? And Sacriel in the interview states that survival shooters tell the best stories out of any genre. And I kind of disagree with that because I think games like this tell the best stories out of any genre. But I think what... No, it's not clean. I can't remember the third. If you literally just go to Sacriel's channel and it'll say who the third one was. I should know who it is. It's somebody I know. I'm blanking on his name. But hearing them say that and be like, it's the genre of game that tells the best stories. Is it just those two? Okay, hold on. Let me go double check. Who's the third one? Because there's three of them. Well, maybe it is just Sacriel and Shroud. Yeah, it literally is Sacriel and Shroud. So it is just those two. Anyway, and he says that like it's the genre of games that tells the best stories. I think that the style of game that makes your imagination go nuts is the style of game that tells the best stories. So whatever helps your brain imagine things is what tells the best stories. For me, games like this tell the best stories because they force me into imagining things and thinking about the world that the game takes place in ways that I wouldn't normally. And I think that that's very powerful. And I think that for a lot of people, they're very much used to either, very obviously story-heavy games that hand-feed you this stuff, or games like what Sacriel's talking about, where the memory is, or the story there is, me and two friends broke through a door and there was three guys on the other side of this thing, and I threw a grenade and shouted at them in proximity chat, and then one of them stepped on the grenade and then blew up, and then we shot his other friend, and that is one way of telling stories in a video game. Or like, some guy beat me up and took my shoes, right? Anything that makes you tell stories to your friends is effective, like emergent storytelling in a video game. And the way that Dwarf Fortress tells its stories is it just throws so much crap at you that you don't know what's going on, and it has a convincing enough simulation in the vast majority of cases to convince you that there's something going on. And that is a really powerful storytelling mechanism because your brain fills in the gaps. So in Dwarf Fortress, you'll have a dwarf that shows up dead at the bottom of a ravine next to their pet cat. What happened? They probably fell into the ravine. But, like, what happened? And if I laugh, you get to live. That's mean. Then you memorialize it with an engraving or a statue, and it says that they drowned at the bottom of the ravine. And then you make a statue of the dwarf, and it's the dwarf petting their cat. Also, this is how we're doing housing in this little fort. I think initially they're going to be 2 stories. I might make taller ones later. And as far as those 2 dudes making a game, I wish them all the best. Making games ain't easy. Oh, it's because they haven't built those walls yet, though. Poor kitty has regrets for tripping its friend. For one of your forts was the one that a cat always joined in on a sparring session with your military dwarves and went on to be one of the mightiest monster hunters in the fort. Wait, actually? The cat did? How exactly does a cat become a monster hunter? That I want to know. What do you think of these little houses, these tiny little apartments, chat? Do they look good to you? They're almost more apartments than anything else. If we get a glass industry running in this in this fortress at some point, I could actually give them windows. They're more like quadplexes. They're like the housing units, the little box houses that they have in Montreal, kind of thing. Could put like a tavern or something up here in the future. Looks like Elfie Bean and Trickfinger are a couple, and they've grabbed the one bed. Gamgeo's got another one. 2 up top haven't been claimed yet. So you know what's something I learned, Clino? In this version of the game, in order to deconstruct a building, you need a mining labor enabled and a pickaxe. It's crazy to me. Absolutely crazy. Especially deployed via catapult. That would be splat cats more like. It all looks so silly now. 35 years later, games are pretty huge and shiny now, but the magic is gone. I watched a Mandalore gaming video recently about the Callisto Protocol, and like a good chunk of that video is just talking about how much you sacrifice in game design when you implement too much realism. And by realism, I don't mean like depth and simulation like in Dwarf Fortress. Oh, did I miss a? Oh yeah, I did. 2 actually. Lyagushka and True Freak. Sorry, I was on a ramble. True Freak. Figure out who I'm giving a dwarf to, but I'll give Lyagushka their dwarf first. Yes, I absolutely did. I didn't miss 1, I missed 2. In fact. Red Dead 2 is pretty amazing to you? Sure, but like you still lose a lot. You lose a lot of control. Anyway, Lyagushka, what kind of dwarf would you like? Of any willing named dwarf. Kobold, then. You are Tobal. You are Crinkled Paper's wife. You're 70. You used to be nice. Incredibly calm demeanor after seeing a dwarf's dead body in 270. And she is greatly moved by art, natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world, and she doesn't generally think before acting, and she desires little for herself in the way of possessions, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. I also take offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Anyway, she speaks deliberately when she's annoyed, and she is somewhat quarrelsome, and she's bothered by this. Since she values friendship, she prefers to present herself modestly and occasionally overindulges. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. And personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect, and does not care if others take the time to master skills. She likes olivine, lay pewter, and green zircon, date palm wood and crystal glass, and giant coyote leather, giant desert tortoise tooth, and the color pumpkin, traction benches and goats, and for their eating habits, and the words of the berries of serenity and the sight of the prim sheen, and when possible prefers to consume swamp whiskey and hates rats. Description-wise, she was once a thin frame, is now bearing enormous thick layers of fat. Her nose is sharply hooked, and her hair is clean-shaven, and her close-set heliotrope eyes are protruding. And her somewhat tall ears have nearly fused lobes. And her hair is ochre, and her skin is dark tan. Now, true freak, who am I giving a dwarf to? Your best way to do that is to make people, like, guess a number between 1 or 10 and something. Just saying who wants a dwarf's just going to get you a wall of yeses. I miss when chat had to write haikus to get dwarves. That was pretty peak. You know, it's the exact the concept of, like, you hate how most big games are so focused on graphics. It's the reason that I have absolutely no interest in owning a Sony console. It's like, oh, okay, see, what'd you make? Oh, a giant, like, it's, I guess, for the same reason I have no interest in, like, seeing Marvel movies, I guess. Giant tortoise tooth, yeah. Really wants to make giant tortoise tooth crafts. Perfectly normal dwarven desire, I would think. Freehold Boreas? All right, what kind of dwarf am I giving Boreas? True freak, that's up to you. Or I can leave it to chat. Nah, I'm just letting people redeem dwarves. If we also add in animals, that's just too complicated. The unhappiest one? It's not a... Well, okay. Apparently that's Rex. Coulette, looks like. Boreas. We may also end up with 2 Boreases, because there was another Boreas. He is a nervous wreck and absurd... Oh, the ad's about to hit. He is a nervous wreck and obsessed with order and structure in his own life, and will often take a great deal of extra time to make sure things are done the right way. And he is never the slightest bit cheerful about anything. He is conflicted by this since he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he's in a constant state of internal rage after experiencing trauma in 268. You are broken. Often obsessed with order and structure in his own life, everything kept in its proper place, is bashful, sometimes cruel, and strongly prefers discussions of and ideas of the abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. He is slow to trust others, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. And he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He is often feels lustful. He often feels lustful. I can read. And he has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. And he does not go out of his way to help others, and he is troubled by this since he truly respects sacrifice. He can handle stress and often feels discouraged, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and could be considered hard-hearted, rude, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and becomes very rigid when he's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Before you knew it was going to be, see you later. Oh, that sucks, Gamjo. I mean, I had a PS3, which I played Journey on, and Shadow of the Colossus. That was it. He personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, and it believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Greatly respects the shrewd and guileful and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time and respects power, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes rose gold and white chalice stony, which I'm going to continue saying that way. Clear glass gems and leather armor and floodgates and reindeer for their large herds and the sight of the Primsheen, and when possible, prefers to consume barn owl and potato wine and absolutely hates oysters. He has what was once a thin frame is now bearing enormous thick layers of fat. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and he has his medium length hair is neatly combed. His nose is broad, and he has a round chin that is slightly, and his slightly rounded aquamarine eyes are slightly close set. There we go. And he has pink skin. And his neck bears massive scars, and his nose bridge is slightly convex, and his somewhat broad ears are free-lobed. His hair is black mixed with gray. And Pai Jiming's your wife, who's in the military. You need to be with family. You know, I'm almost tempted to just be like, so join the military then, but you dream of creating a great work of art. Just like real life. I love barn owl jerky. I mean, who doesn't love barn owl jerky? Yeah, that's the first one. Great waterfront housing you got there? Yeah, I mean, this would be a pretty valuable apartment if this was real housing. Like this in like the right part of town would be like a $2,000 a month condo. Pearwood. Is that really pearwood? It's such a different color. Have to make beach chairs facing out? I mean, like put stools or like chairs like out here or something? Random chairs? I mean, this is probably going to be some sort of pumping tower in the future. Uh-oh. You're sure you're the chief medical dwarf withdraws from society. Have you not claimed anything yet? Legendary weaponsmith. Oh boy. Let's just hope we have what we need. Although I need to make some charcoal. Fortunately, we have plenty of, stuff to make in a charcoal. That's not going to be too much of an issue, I don't think. I'm also going to make a small meeting area right here. This is going to be a meeting area that has a temple to no specific deity on it. This doesn't need to be public, though. Reminds you of a wasp's nest? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Oh, really? They don't need coal for strange moods? I thought they always grabbed one. I don't know. I'm so used to having magma forges that I don't ever think about it. If that dwarf comes down here and claims that. It's kind of ironic that the chief medical dwarf is sickly. Black bronze, ooh. Nap time, you have a good night, true freak. You know, this is such a common thing in this chat where it's just like literally everybody watching is subbed to the point where I wonder why I even bother showing ads. It's like, who's even seeing these? It's begun a mysterious construction. Just grabbed black bronze weaponsmith. Ooh. You know, I'm thinking with bronze, I'd want it to be a whip. Don't mind the blood just randomly appearing everywhere. It's because it's raining in the fort. So I'm going to put another bedroom in here, in between these two. I also don't want to deconstruct those because I feel like that would be dangerous. It's peach, not pear. But I'm going to give them a space down here. So they'll get to have another bedroom in here. For an uncommon, a flail would be really nice, actually. Because I do actually have a legendary lasher in the fort right now. The black bronze flail would just be real nice. It's pear wood that's made out of. I kind of like the color of like the wooden pear wood stills. You'd love for it to actually rain men? You can make it rain men blood. Yusharir, the chief medical dwarf, has created Kazatikasis Rithloralath, a black bronze spear, and offers it to the Bloody Woods. That's pretty rad, though. I don't think... Did anybody say spear? Also, hello, Cyrolac. I hope you're doing well. Sorry you won't snipe anyone anymore so that you can get ad revenue. Please snipe people. Please don't stop sniping people. Sniping people's cool. It's nice when everybody in chat is subbed, okay? That is a pretty... I mean, it's a plain artifact. So it's softer than normal bronze? Better than, like, silver. I mean, it's better than copper. I mean, I'm going to give it to a dwarf. They're going to wield it. Because we're desperate for weapons in this fort. This is a black bronze spear. Oh, craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It's actually quite valuable. This object menaces with spikes of black bronze. Jazz, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Jertopotamus. In fact, I'm going to give it to the militia commander. New weapon, specific weapon, that one. And remove that. If it's not logged in, yeah. It's either Jert or Hurt. I don't know. I took a guess. But that's what most usernames are for me, is a guess. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm the rest of the time. And then this will be another little house up top. Let's make willow wooden doors. It's Jertopotamus. Okay, so I got it right. Yay! No, the ad revenue. It's better than YouTube ad revenue. Anyone ever make a fort of gold? Like entirely out of gold? No. I've never had enough gold to do that. Really. I don't settle with like super frequent resources ever, so I've never been on a map with enough gold to reasonably like make gold bricks and make a fort out of gold. Yeah. I mean, I've certainly made like rooms out of gold. But a whole fort? No. I did make a fort out of soap, though, back when we could... Because soap used to just be considered like building bricks, just like any other block. And so I made like walls out of soap before. I mean, I don't see a problem here, Justice. For its soapy bubbles. Yeah, but unfortunately you can't make soap forts anymore. Bah! The timing. This fort smells nice. Why are the walls dripping? Cleanest fort in the Civ. Yeah, absolutely. On a bunch of... Did you do that intentionally, or did you just happen to embark on a bunch of leather tents? Also, sleep well, Lucky Soft. On tomorrow. You happen to embark on them. Congratulations, you've done something I've literally never done. And then you realized it's a campsite. Yeah, they're tents. It's an adventure mode thing. It's probably either a bunch of refugees or something akin to that. So I normally completely ignore all trading card systems on Steam. I'm weirdly tempted to just like be a whale and buy all the trading cards for Dwarf Fort. But I generally do my best to completely ignore trading card systems on Steam. You got DF cards to trade. You know, I don't think I've ever actually traded a card with somebody on Steam. It's always seemed a little silly. Then you might care. You use them to make your profile look fancy. That's literally it. They are pretty dumb. And they have the exact same sales structure as NFTs without being on the blockchain. It's almost like those features are possible without the blockchain, NFT bros. They're still insidious and awful, but... Then how could you rug pull them? I would say by deleting your game off Steam, which just but that just inflates the price. Oh, they're absolutely more stable. And unlike NFTs, people don't pretend they actually have value. But I still hate this system. I just want a Dwarf Fort background. This is why I don't play games with Cosmetic Workshop or cosmetic stuff for sale, because I would whale them. Not a bad little housing block so far. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, well, I mean, we're getting there. Bedroom numbers are rising. But, you know, getting there. Got 8 so far. That'll get us 9. This will probably get us up to like 10. Smear of Badger Blood. I love that there's a difference and a distinction in Dwarf Fortress between smear and splatter. You can have a smear of blood, but you can also have a splatter of blood. This is going to end up looking like a shantytown, isn't it? I'm gonna cancel this. Put a floor tile there. And a floor tile there. Cancel that. Well, hillocks their housing units are just like inside of mounds in the ground. Whether or not you can smooth stone walls, as in constructed walls, you cannot smooth constructed walls. Once they're constructed, they're constructed. And if you make them out of boulders, they're not smooth. If you make them out of blocks, they're smooth. But I didn't answer it. I didn't see it. I'm tired, and chat's been actually quite lively today, so... which is lovely. Oh, can I smooth them? I mean, I have been, so I would assume so. That's not digging. Last I checked, smoothing does not equal digging. Beechwood floor. It's going to go all the way along here. I'm not fortifying, I'm just smoothing. We agreed that I wouldn't fortify in, like, the other day when we were discussing this. But I'm going to smooth. You can engrave wood walls like this, see? An elven caravan has arrived. Well, I won't be able to trade with them. I mean, I guess I could sell them my weapons, but where's the smarts in that? So there's not really any here we go. I can't trade with them. Like, it's really just that simple. I just can't. Well, now you do. Although it doesn't train wood crafting, which it should, in my opinion. Broken game, literally unplayable. This will, you know, I don't often say this, but this is actually going to be a fortress that's going to be really cool to look at in Stone Sense once it's done. Because of the vertical nature of the inside of it. But you should be able to climb up that. Yeah, you can. So wait, I guess that means I have to start it over here then? Okay, fine then. Oh, yeah, also, all of this is an aquifer. By the way, look at this. Eh, it's not so bad of an aquifer. But it's there. Yeah, it's new. I mean, Jerry Gord, I would just load it, take some screenshots, and then exit out. But I don't think it would. Stone Sense has gotten or DF hack stuff in general has gotten a lot more stable in the time that it's been. Like, it's always getting better, right? Like, initially it was pretty unstable, but it's gotten a lot better. Like, I haven't run into any crashes the last few times I went and did things in Version 50 DF hack. Also, hi, Jerry Gord. How's things? Pair. Wasn't thinking I was going to go this high up, but kind of liking the bedroom design. Two, five, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What? Wait, what? Really? I forgot to make those two into bedrooms? Oh, I feel dumb. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 bedrooms. That's not too bad. So you suddenly have an entire department to run unexpectedly? Does this at least mean you get paid better? Like, does that at least come with a raise or something? But best of luck, dude. That sounds like a lot. That time machine movie? I mean, kind of a lot of post-apocalypse things. Well, that's good. At the very least, you're getting a raise. I don't know. Like that's a wild amount of responsibility to just suddenly obtain from one day to the next. So. Megaton from Fallout. Yeah, that too. Just got a bunch of sheep running around. Oh, right. Yeah, I bought a grizzly bear. Probably passed you that somewhere. Where that grizzly bear at? There he was. Where'd the elves show up? Well, currently they're trading. So, on the right side of the map. We're going to have to go around this side and do the same thing again. This fort's probably some kind of hellish nightmare. I don't know about that. It's a bit of an exaggeration. But regardless, I hope that you get some new recruits soon, Jerry Gord, so that you're not just like screwed and alone and running a huge department. Because that sounds kind of awful. Some more migrants have arrived. I kind of don't want more migrants, game. We're kind of doing okay for migrants right now. Pearwood. Oh, Pearwood's at the top. There we go. Got 8 reports now, and you're hiring more. It'll be rough, and you won't be as active here for a while, but you'll survive. Always have the stream in the background for the views. Cheers, dude. Means a lot. Do what you gotta do, though. Work and life comes first, you know? I mean, right now it's like... The people in my industry, like streaming, like to collectively panic over silly things. And right now everybody's panicking over the fact that Twitch just laid off a bunch of people. Like, for some reason, people seem to think that Twitch is just gonna randomly, like, turn Twitch off. Which I don't really see them doing. If anything, I think they'd sell it first. But, I don't know. There's definitely, like, some fear even in my industry right now. Bits come first.
Bits come first.
Bits come first serve. Took number 1. Cheers, dude. They're the other tabs and their groups tab. It says that they're citizens of your civ. Because they're visitors. They're tourists. It would be like living in America and visiting, and you live in California, but you're visiting New York. My charity stream will be fun. Looking forward to it. Arkneen, what kind of dwarf would you like? Although I gotta check the new arrivals because named dwarves have been migrating. Nobody else who's named has showed up. All right, what kind of dwarf would you like? You've made $20? Well done, Mackie. Well done. People just like panicking, I suppose. People using their service is where the money comes from. You're sure that streams will be the last thing to go? Yeah, I hope so. I recently sold a trading card because I just went into my items list and searched by most valuable and realized I had one that was valued at like $45 or something and sold it for $30. Pretty happy with that. I do have a couple of military dwarves. But they're mostly wrestlers right now because we're a little short on the weapons side of things. I have an axe dwarf, who's a lady dwarf, and a wrestler. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. Not sure about Feb. Feb has a beard, so I have... Dwarves also like panicking. This is true. Beer, no? Well, would you prefer to be Feb or Vacker? Vacker? Okay. Slightly happier. So because you're in the military, I will be giving your role as your same name. So if I do a name roll call at some point and I don't read your name, he's got double braided beards. Disappeared for some reason. Vanishing portraits seem to be a regular occurrence. But anyway, if your name disappears, it just means that you killed something and you need it replaced. Currently, you've killed nothing, though you are a harmless dwarf who's never hurt a soul. Speaking of hurting souls, she is impervious to the effects of stress and has a strong tendency towards privacy, often is sad and dejected, and she is unfriendly and disagreeable, is bothered by this since she values friendship, is prone to strong feelings of lust, and is slow to anger. She has a sense of duty, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and occasionally overindulges. And she stammers when she's annoyed and tenses up when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. And she doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally believes that artful speech and eloquent expression are of the highest ideals, and sees freedom and independence completely worthless, and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. She likes lemonite, goshenite, turkeys for their wattle, and berries of serenity, and the sound of the phrase of lathering, and the sight of the festive suitor, and when possible prefers to consume hake, and chicory, and prickleberry wine, and alpaca's milk, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. Who doesn't want to watch a biting demo? A biting demo is just as good as a nipping demo. Naturally. It's a dwarven cultural moment. Or something. Your real dream is to be a turkey tamer. A turkey tamer by day and a tavern performer by night. Or a poet, maybe? Let me show you the nibble of my people. Yes. Go for the throat like this. Oh no. Man, I get on some of the weirdest email lists. All right. Beach. Beach. And peach. You're right. We are out of booze. It's funny, like, I built another still because I was like, man, I need to set up a repeating job for that, and then certainly didn't do that. When I'm still in, like, smaller fortresses that are still in the midst of construction, I tend to run out of booze quite a bit. At least we don't need to worry about water. Got plenty of that. I'm still waiting for somebody to fall off of one of these constructions and just put a hole in the floor, because that's what's going to happen. Like, if somebody falls off of one of these, they're just going to go through this floor and straight into the water. That's the order that's going to happen in. Got one wall that's the wrong color. It's a cool embark location. It's been fun so far. It took a while to settle here. It was only like 3 hours of embarking, but we got her done. Yeah, I mean, there hasn't really been much in the way of threats so far. The elves have tried to trade with us. We've got our kind of entryway all roofed off over here, so there's that. I'm a little nervous because I'm gonna need, well, actually, I should probably just be doing this. I need to put overhangs over all of this, basically, and roof off the top up here. Because if I don't, enemies will just be able to climb over. You're just waiting for something flying to attack? Yeah, what, like a, oh, what's it called? Like a Titan that has any kind of flying abilities would be pretty devastating. Maybe. Hadn't really thought about it. Sorry. Aggravated giant bush did. That's why we didn't settle somewhere in an untamed wilds biome. Like, literally, that's the reason. Because otherwise the trees would just be pissing all of the dwarves off right now. Gotta do something next to this waterfall. Glass? Glass requires charcoal. I don't know if glass would upset elves. I mean, I lost a fort to giant chinchillas, so that was kind of awkward. Killed by the adorable fluffy paws. It was a sad day. It was actually my first fort in this version of the game, too. Like, day one, brand new version of the game out. Super excited. Massive numbers of people watching. I had, like, almost 2,000 people watching, and, yeah, we died to... Speaking of dying, the trees have claimed another life. This really is an angry forest. I have to give this map credit. Angerforest is living up to its name. It really, really is an angry forest. I don't know, trading with elves isn't a huge priority for me. Well, I can't make crystal glass. I could make clear glass, because I just need pearl ash. It's real nice not having to, like, get annoyed by things coming back to life constantly. It's so nice to play a fort that isn't resurrecting after you've been playing resurrecting biomes for ages. How's farming doing? Well, that's suboptimal. I wonder if rope reed, why are you left leave follow? Of the crabocalypse last night? That was something. The crabocalypse. Something. Aegis was found badly crushed. All right. So, I guess we can't clear cut this forest. It's far too tight. I realize that it took me 3 dwarves to, like, come to that conclusion. I need to be really careful about which tree we chop down. Trees are so fucking dangerous in version 50. Like, it's a little silly how dangerous they are. So we lost Aegis and the devilish potato today. Oh boy. I literally just had 1 woodcutter assigned, so... No, the problem is if trees are really tight together in this version, so the way it worked previously, if a tree fell, a tree would just fall. But for some reason in this version, if trees are really tight together, they support the other tree. So tree 1 here, chopped down, okay? But it's not, it doesn't fall. It doesn't turn into logs. It actually is supported by tree 2, right? And then when you chop down tree 2, the first one goes boom and explodes, like you just caused a cave in underground, which is what kills the dwarf. Yeah, and then tree falling becomes soil. I know that there was like some change made to trees in this version of the game, which is actually what broke save compatibility with this version of the game from previous versions. And I'm assuming whatever was changed has something to do with that behavior, because that is new for this version. It doesn't really annoy me. I just think it's kind of funny. But yes, Brockley is correct. If you disable cave-ins, it will stop it. Oh, I know it was a General U. Also, General U is a great character in a comic book, probably. It's hard to fully describe how fucking sleepy I am right now. Like, I am just beat, dudes. I'm beat. Turns out sleeping like crap, like, multiple days in a row. Don't feel good. All right, so let's start making pumps. Let's do... cork, wooden corkscrew, and wooden pipe. Let's do 25 of each. And fortunately, it's part of life sometimes. Can't always sleep good. And I need to decide where this water's going. It's gonna come from here. Will spontaneously explode? That seems interesting. So what I'm thinking we do is we use this side as our defense, right? We make a cistern that's up here, like, I don't know, let's just say like right there, kind of. Starting right there, that goes all the way to about here. We pump water into it, and I will need like a mechanism, 2 mechanisms actually. And we'll use a trapdoor and force the trapdoor open to then dump it down onto a walkway that comes over from here. Because I'm thinking this is actually going to be the entryway to the fort. Name was taken. Hello. Hope that you had a good stream today. What were you playing? Thanks for bringing some friends over. Welcome, Raiders. But that is kind of my construction goal for today, is to have a big old water cannon. And then we can annoy elves and drown them, and it'll be a good time. As high elves? I'm not allowed to dig in this fort. So not being allowed to dig is forcing me to build in a big old canyon. And it's leading to some pretty neat vertical constructions so far. Everything is made out of wood. I've bought some stone to the point where actually I should probably just make 1, 2, 3 lever and connection. Yep. And a traction bench. I should have a table. See if that cancels. No. So I do actually have some stone lying around. Actually, no, it will cancel. It'll cancel. We'll let them do this first. And then one more mechanism. It's not, I wouldn't say it's a challenge. It's more just kind of weird, but it's not the hardest thing you could possibly do. I'll put it that way. It's just forcing me to do some interesting building. So far, it's been fun. Can't want specifically stone blocks unless I've traded for them. I mean, like, I can have stone. I just can't dig. That's it. I have stone blocks in the fort in a couple of places, actually. I've already imported some. But what's up, Casual Elephant? And my housing is down here. So far, we're slowly building. The actual thing is, like, stuff just takes a really long time to be built because I have to, you know, manually make the materials for it every single time, and that takes time. My military is very under-geared, shall we say. Baby Blueford is trying to make an artifact. You're a legendary weaver. Okay, so you want a clother's shop then. Wrestlers with sharp sticks. Wrestlers with 2 wooden shields. What are you going to do about them? When you ask for stone blocks, they'll only bring 1. They'll bring a bunch. They'll bring a couple of each type. They'll bring what they can carry, generally. We've bestowed a name upon a... Streamlabs has bestowed a name upon a bronze shield. They've named it Eston Lorisith Rafamukafash. I mean, like, I've acquired some gear, but it's all stuff I've bought, right? But how's things, Casual? How's the programming streams been going? It's not a challenge for me. Yeah, I mean, it just forces you to build real different. I mean, it would be way harder if we were in an untamed wilds biome, but that would just be plain masochistic. I don't mind building constraints, but that would just suck. The fancy stabby stick, eh? No, actually, I think I'm going to make my life a little easier, and we're just going to add in some more housing on this upper level. Just put flooring in. Just do it this way. Because bedrooms are one of those things that's going to take a while to get sorted. Oh, we found Pijaming's bedroom. It's claimed a clother's shop, as it should be. Need rough gems. All right, so I am allowed to auto-mine gems, which means it's time to auto-mine some gems. Because exclamation point goal exists. If you type in that, it'll tell you what I'm allowed to do and what I'm not allowed to do. We had a weird situation with trade agreements, and the wagons were coming from the former capital, which was conquered by goblins. Oh, that's interesting. It's glad to see that the goblins kept the trade relations open with their new subjects. I mean, that's mighty, like, diplomatic of them, if you ask me. Got a goblin king and queen in your fort? Hell yeah. King and queen of your faction? Okay, so you need thread, rough color, cloth thread, and rough color. Okay. I actually don't even know. Did I dig along any in my entryway, maybe? It's petrified wood. I'm looking for exposed gems. I know there's some on the inside of the river. There we go. Just finished a fort and a small civ, which became the capital, and then you flooded your king's new throne room and retired it? Oh. Was the king in it? That's kind of cool. Are they what are they your own civs, King? Like was it the full entourage situation, or was this like somebody else's king that showed up? I mean, the goblins a goblin runs my faction right now, and I kind of want to kill it because it took over it in a coup. We know that from the Legends mode. Begun a mysterious construction. Damn right. Okay, what all did you grab? Pigtail cloth and rough, clear tourmalines. There we go. Oh shit, the Tangled Mucks. And a human axeman named Krukok are visiting. It's 2 elven poets. Also, that human has a funny name. Are they any good at poetry? Just assuming they're in the tavern somewhere. We've got a lot of upset dwarves in this fort. Oh boy. When I spot them, hold on. Let's just. There's also a human bard who's very well equipped. 402 years old, only 2 lovers in 402 years. Man, you could do better than that. Hold on a second. Pump the brakes. Your former master was a kobold? How? That name, Gilmus. That's a kobold name. Does anybody have this save downloaded? Okay, so if you type in exclamation point last fort, Type an exclamation point last for it. It'll give you a link to the last moments of. I'm not writing it down. Sorry. If you make a figurine, we could do that. We could make a statue. Actually, no, I can't. I can't make statues. I can make an engraving. If you go to that save file and download it, it's this world. So one of you guys could go look it up. I need to know who Gilmus is, chat. Hold on. I'm doing some very important documentation work. To Reddit I go. You have it downloaded but not installed? Got it. I'm sure somebody can do it. They can talk. Kobolds can talk, but their language is contextual. So the thing about contextual language is the only people that can understand them are other kobolds that were present when they made the word up. So, like, their entire language is gibberish based on the context of what is currently happening. So, if you're a kobold and you're hanging out with another kobold and then a kobold points at a thing and says, "Bleebus," you know that they're talking about that. So they can talk, but nobody can understand them because nobody understands the context of what they're saying. And their language is always changing, which means a group of kobolds that can understand each other are kind of insane. Exactly, Zori. No, Zori completely understands it. But, yeah, okay. Anyway. I will be very disappointed if Gilmus isn't actually a kobold, though. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Hey, Blood Odin. But that's pretty good. How about this other elf? Where's the other elf? There's the other elf. Okay, you have lots of relations. Lots of family. Oh, boy. See, normal master name. Actually, hold on. Were you the former master? Okay, no, you weren't. Scratches his head when he's thinking. That's very normal. Killed a human? Competent spearman. Is holding a book called The Forest, the definitive guide. I mean, we could use that right now, frankly. A swan parchment scroll. The rollers are made from copper. It's not very elfy. Written on the item is a guide entitled The Forest, the definitive guide, authored by this elf. It's literally authored by the dude who's carrying it. Authored by Kata Vermin Fava. It concerns the forest retreat of Chain Litter. The writing is reasonably serious, and overall it is amateurish at best. It's a game guide. Got it from Steam. It's a vampire. What makes you think this elf is where did you get that from? For the historical records? I mean, I've posted a screenshot on Reddit, so, but yes. That is kind of crazy, though. He's suspicious? Why is he suspicious? He's got normal skin tone color. What's suspicious about this elf? Aside from the fact that he's an elf. He's just a perfectly normal elf. He just killed a human once. That's also perfectly normal elf activity. Yeah, no, they're perfectly normal elves from what I can see. I need to get rid of a bunch of dead badgers, apparently. Also should get them trading somewhere a bit more convenient for me, but... Didn't realize I still had those. Also need to move that office. It's a lot of rings. Wait, actually, I wonder if we could crash DFFD. I mean, I feel kind of bad if we did, but that would also be kind of funny. Turns out it takes a while to load. Yep. Yeah, it does. You'd feel like more of a dick. Yeah, no, I agree with you there. Baby Blueford, the Weaver, has created Arrow Shizzlass, a pigtail sock. You know, I might sell this to the dwarves. And offers it to the Bloody Woods. This is an expensive as heck pigtail sock. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of pigtail and made from pigtail cloth, and the item is an image of Ad Cake Kindle, the human and Fath Handle River, the defective buck, the dwarf in clear tourmaline. Fath, the defective buck, is striking down Ad. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Ad Cake Kindle by the dwarf Fath, the defective buck in Tundra Rumbers, the legendary forests in the early summer of 166 during Mothast Rashgur, the Onslaught of Attacking. Onslaught of Attacking must be a very legendary fight because I seem to hear it a couple of times. Yeah, it's got a lot of art on it. It's about the value of every single one we've had so far. Somewhere around there. He's a kobold who wrote books. That's crazy. That is... I mean, it obviously must have been breakfasts. Man. That means that... Man, wow. Yeah, did he have a master? Or something? He can't learn to speak, so he can write, but he can't speak. That's... It shouldn't be possible. I'm totally okay with this, though. Died of old age in 178. Rip Geelmus. Yeah, no kidding. Kind of want to name your D&D character Geomus. Do it. Why not? What's stopping you? Should I make an... Okay, hold on. Born in 15, is the eldest son of Shrieldist and Jeratrunker. I can't make statues out of wood. I need stone to make statues, so I ain't making statues. There's badger blood everywhere. They still can't learn to speak. They can't talk, basically. They're essentially mute. I mean, currently, yeah, but I don't have sand stuff set up yet. I don't have enough bags. Clothing industry is higher priority than that. It's an image of Geelbus, the kobold in the future, and the future of Chlanglitter, the Red Barrel-Bound Codex by Dastot. Geelmus is raising the future of Chlanglitter. The artwork relates to the creation of the future of Chlanglitter by the kobold Geelmus in the early summer of 123. What's up, Sniper, though? Wow. That is real cool. Gotta be honest, that is real cool. So the Tangled Mux wishes to reside in Angerforest for the purpose of entertaining citizens and visitors. So for reference, I'm pretty sure that's those 2 elves and maybe a human. There's also a naked goblin dancer. Who's apparently a criminal in the group of rings. You seem good. If you want to stick him on Discord, you can. Are you part of this mucky group? You're a criminal in the Murky Confederation. Well, that's good. So do I want these 2 elves to join the fort, chat? More diversity is cool. All right. We now have 2 elves that live in the fort. They're happy after being granted residency. And we have a naked goblin dancer who just showed up. Might be preachy. This is true. They might also end up being a bit preachy. I'll build fortifications right there. Cheers, Jerry Gordon. I don't think so. I mean, if they chose to move in here, they're obviously not too bothered by it. If they were bothered by it, they wouldn't choose to live here. 'Tis their choice, after all. All right, well, we're going to buy those bars. Electrum, fine. Well, maybe not fine pewter. Don't need that. I'll take the brass. Buy some more of those. They're, of course, bringing all these weapons I can't wield. Did bring an iron buckler and a bronze buckler that I'll take. I could melt this stuff down, but lazy. These bags, though, I would like. Oh. Got copper bolts that could be used. Fuck. Misclicked and right-clicked. Since he learned from Gilmas, could he maybe... You could probably copy Gilmas's stories, but it's not a huge priority for me currently. I need to check his knowledge bank and see if he knows the stories, because I don't actually know if he knows the stories. That elf may or may not have read it, right? Like, if you go to their knowledge tab, you can see what books they've read, so we can go see what books that dude's read. Also, I just realized that I actually can't do all this because value too high. Oh, wait, never mind. No, I can. Duh. Hadn't clicked the thing yet. Oh, that's a weirdly expensive bag. Transient Venison? What kind of dwarf would you like? Just let me know, and we'll do our best to get you named. Or rather, who am I giving a dwarf to? I misread that. Bastet got the redeem a dwarf. Transient got the gift a dwarf. So who are you gifting a dwarf to is the proper thing for me to ask. And Bastet, what kind of dwarf am I giving you? Why do you have so many accounts, fam? You'll inflict it on Padinsky. Okay, what kind of dwarf am I giving Padinsky? We'll get Bastet named after Padinsky. Farmer female? Okay, Bastet. I actually don't have a single farmer in this fortress. But I can give you a lady dwarf that is currently planting seeds. You just rename them? Oh, okay. Fair enough, fam. Oh, is that the account that used to be called Hex Wrench then? Okay. Gotcha. But what kind of dwarf am I giving to Pad? It's a lot of weaponsmiths. They keep coming from the other fort. They're literally all coming from Waterlungs. It's gonna make Strange Moods a pain in the dick, yogs. I mean, this is up to Fem. Carpenter? The legendary one or the expedition leader? None of them have beards, though. You know, when you say Patty, you remind me of a Twitter account that I found the other day that just photoshops Paddington Bear into things. It's a pretty good Twitter account, actually. This person. The seeding tree textures. Does he not like tree textures? All right, well, we'll give this one to Pad then. Did I spell Padinsky's name right? Disdains truth. Poor focus. Bad kinesthetic ability. Poor musical. What a weird dwarf. You're still obsessing over this poet, author, Kobold. Me too, to be honest. Me too. Where was Paddington? Somewhere grassy, I see. Oh, probably. She almost never feels discouraged, is quite polite, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic and conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, is quick to form negative views about things, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, does not often feel lustful, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and is grateful when others help her out, and tries to return favors, and has a calm demeanor, and can handle stress. She lowers her eyes when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. At all, whatsoever. Personally finds blind honesty fuelish. Likes bituminous coal, sterling silver, smoky quartz, oyster, leather, giant, rattlesnake, bone, rope, reed, fabric, rings, and horses for their strength, and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. And the sound of the russet meadow. And when possible, prefers to consume bugbat and papaya wine. Ooh. And absolutely hates moon snails. Terrifying. Is euphoric due to inebriation. Good. Her hair is clean shaven. Her scratchy voice is neatly combed. Her fused-lobed ears are extremely tall, and her slightly rounded amethyst eyes are round. And she has a round chin. Her pale skin is wrinkled, and her hair is black with flecks of gray, but you wouldn't know because it's gone. And then Bastet's dwarf next. All right. And Bastet get this dwarf. No, this dwarf. Bastet is bored by reality and would rather disappear utterly and forever into a world of made-up fantasy. Sorry if I feel like I'm judging you. She is made deeply uncomfortable with differences in culture and appearance, and rarely feels discouraged, and has a sense of duty. She must not like the elves that just moved in, and she still holds the law in disdain. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is quite polite, and she is generally confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and tends to consider what others think of her. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance and can handle stress, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and she likes working outdoors, though she only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. She doesn't care about anything anymore. She dreams of raising a family and personally sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal and tries her best to never associate with such secretive fools, finds sacrifice to be of the highest ideals, and values decorum and dignity and proper behavior, and respects the law and dreams of raising a family. She likes limonite gold and dementoid and clear glass gauntlets and hatch covers and animal traps and the words of the page of aquamarine and the sound of the lacy phrases and the sight of the prim sheen, and when possible prefers to consume sorghum beer and oat flour, and absolutely hates leeches. No, Nebsis. We are not mining, in fact. Although I am allowed to auto-mine exposed things, but there's almost none on this map, as by design. That was a zombie. But yeah, no mining. I think I just read Dreams of Raising a Family twice. I do that sometimes. All right. We could do food up here. Kind of up on the roof. It's not exactly a great spot for it, but I do need something somewhere for everywhere else food. Oh, we also don't need fish here. So we don't need unprepared fish here. It's very inconvenient. We'll get a better spot for that in the future. Itake gift train sack. Gift transact. Gift ransack. Ah, there you go. That's the name. That took way too many attempts of staring at to try and comprehend what that word is. Gift ransack wishes to reside in Angerforest for the purpose of entertaining visitors. Who the heck are you? Not you, is it? Nope. What was the first name? Not right now. Okay, it's a human bard. I don't want to make clothes specifically for you. Also, you're so old. I know that sounds bad, but a human taught him how to write. Oh, that's really cool. Who are you gonna go look up the human now? Maybe we need to do a deep dive into the story of Gilmus on the weekend or something. Do like a Monday stream. Yeah, I think I'm gonna deny this human. I don't want to make clothing for him. I'll take goblins though. I'm going to slaughter a bunch of animals. I have so many fucking ducks. Lots of duck's meat. Some quacky menus. You're sure that I could find more? Well, I'm glad that you're confident in my ability to find things. Master Kobold Gilbus. What a grand tale that must be. Did I not make a farmer's workshop? Okay, hold on a second. Did I not make an automated order for... Okay, I guess there's just too many. Let's just drop this down to 10. And drop you down to... Okay, so I have 2. No. Yeah, generally caves are just left as unnamed. Pretty much indefinitely. Unless they're discovered by a given faction, which doesn't usually happen. Where Grizzly? There, Grizzly. Grizzly gonna receive war training. Animal training zone gonna be right there. Grizzly will be war trained in no time. Why is this like giving me like Helen Keller vibes? There we go. Now we have Anger Grizzly out front. You know, should I be ballsy and test fate, chat? No. Because my thought process is build another line of floors right here, and then build grates right there. That shouldn't be too deadly. Can I make wooden grates? Apparently I can. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Just thinking about putting the tavern right there and being like, nice wall water feature. And also it'll catch pandas and shit that fall through the waterfall. Cheers, Noel Man. Also looks like we dropped a bunch of subs. Ah, well. It's part of the thing. My mini goal for today was to get back to 1,500, but Not if it's falling, yeah. And this water's all falling. I don't think this will flood my fortress. He says with much confidence. Oh, shit, right. I didn't re-chair my manager. Chair rejected, not enclosed. I'm pretty sure that's enclosed, but fine, if you insist. I will place a chair here, put a door there, and this manager gets the most closet office of all time. Some migrants have arrived against their better judgment for some dumb reason. I'm imagining a mayor of Siege Courts is like, so this petition by Gilmus, who is here to be a poet. Well, interesting foreign name, and we will accept it without